What's going on, chat? Welcome to a brand new live stream of Elden Ring gameplay. Holy moly. Chat, it has been, man, I think it's been like at least, I want to say 10 days or something since I've played Elden Ring. Yeah, it's been quite a while since we booted up this game and actually made any progress whatsoever. I think before this, the last day that I had logged into the game was October 29th. Which is definitely, quite a while away. I did not expect to be, taking that long of a break from this game. I thought that, we would continue with our DLC journey at a pretty reasonable pace, and kind of like work on completing all the different DLC content pretty regularly, at least once a week. But yeah, that didn't end up happening. I think what caused it was just simply that a lot of the other games that I play, whether it's Genshin, whether it's Wuthering Waves, whether it's Nikke, those games, they had content. They had stuff that popped up, new updates and whatever that I became interested in, and I wanted to check it out. I wanted to go and stream those games instead. Because, yeah, I felt like, one of the things that certainly, I think, factored into it is when we take a look at basically the rest of the things that I can do in DLC, I realized that, we were nearing the very, very end of the content, and we basically have only two major things left before we get to, close the book on the entire journey, right? And so I think knowing that we were so close to the end and we have these like major tasks to do in the DLC, fighting these two very, very powerful bosses, right? I think it sort of like had me a little bit nervous, a little bit concerned, and being a little bit nervous, a little bit wary of those boss fights. I didn't want to rush into it. I didn't want to jump straight into it and go in on a random day without any sort of like preparation, any sort of like mental strengthening, I suppose, right? So yeah. But we are finally here. We are finally back with Elden Ring. And we have a major goal for today. For those of you who do not know, the next item on our checklist of things to do in the DLC is to fight the legendary dragon known as Bale, and we are here to defeat him once and for all, right? That is going to be the kind of like singular focus of today's stream, and I don't know how long it's going to take. It might take us, 2 hours. It might take us 5 hours. It might take us 10 hours to complete it, right? But however long it takes, we will work hard to try and get it done as quickly as we possibly can. I did want to kind of like show you guys and just let you guys know if we take a look here. So, I mentioned during my last Elden Ring stream, I said that, if there was the possibility that I could go around and collect more of the items for the Erdtree Blessing and the Revered Spirit Ash Blessing, I mentioned during my last live stream of Elden Ring that I think it might be something that I end up doing offline, right? And I said that, if there was any Erdtree Blessings or Spirit Ash Blessings that were, only obtainable by killing, a mini-boss, for example, or maybe just a regular boss, I mentioned that I would, leave it until we stream Elden Ring the next time, right? Like, I would save it for stream and have it recorded, have it, being caught, on camera, so to speak, right? So, as you can see here, if we take a look, right, Erdtree Blessing is at level 20, and Revered Spirit Ash Blessing is at level 10. For those of you who don't know, these are the maximum levels that you can get to, And so, yeah, TLDR is that I have completely finished both of these. I have no more blessings to find in the DLC, none that are available in the open world. And, you know, we have basically powered up our character as much as we possibly could, right? One thing that I will say about the Shadow Realm blessing, specifically the Erdtree blessing, right? That, you know, process of finding all of the different fragments was a pain in the ass, right? Because, you know, I did not get, I was not smart enough to, you know, write down all of the different fragments that I had already picked up. And so, you know, when I was looking at the list on the Wikipedia page for all of the different locations, I did not know whether I had already visited specific locations or whether I skipped those locations and missed it, right? And so what I basically had to do is I had to go down the list of all of the locations, and I had to visit each individual place and check to see if I got the fragment, right? So it was a very lengthy process and a very tedious, very time consuming process, without a doubt. And I remember I got to the point where I was level 19 and I was going to level 20, right? Now, in order to get from level 19 up to level 20, I believe that you need a total of 5 Erdtree fragments to level up, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it's 5. And I had collected as many as I possibly could, right? And, you know, there was this one point where I swore, you know, on my life that I had visited every single location where Erdtree fragments were marked, you know, on the Wikipedia page. I had visited every single location and I had picked up every single fragment, right? I swore on my life that I had already went through the list and completed every location. However, I was missing one fragment. Literally just one. And I think, so one of the problems, which is, this is something that, like, you know, if I had the ability to give feedback, give suggestions to the developers of Elden Ring, right? I would tell From Software, I would tell the developers that what they should do is make it to where the Shadow Realm blessing, right? There's a maximum level, right? There's a maximum level, which is 20 for the Erdtree levels. However, they should design it to where in the world, in the DLC world, there are more than enough fragments to level up to level 20, right? And so, you know, to give you a very, you know, rough idea of what I'm talking about, I believe, you know, if my memory is not incorrect, according to the Wikipedia page, in order to get to level 20 of the Erdtree blessing, you need a total of 50 fragments collected from all over the entire DLC map, right? So there's 50 fragments that you need to get to level 20. And the thing is, if you take a look and you double check, you will see that there are exactly 50 fragments located in the DLC. There's not 51, there's not 55, there's not 60, there is exactly 50 fragments. So, if you know, don't collect every single fragment that is out there, you won't be able to get to level 20. And I think that, you know, it is kind of difficult. It is kind of frustrating when you have to track down every single one of these 50 fragments, right? Because, you know, you can end up in a situation like I did, where basically what ended up happening is I had collected 49 out of the 50 fragments, and in order to find the last one, I had to go and visit every single location on the Wikipedia page in order to triple check whether I got that fragment or not. And thankfully, right, I'm so grateful that it did happen and it worked out. Thankfully, I eventually did find the location where the final fragment was at, and I was able to get it, right? But I think doing that process of getting my Scadutree level and my Spirit Ash level increased to level 20 and level 10 respectively, I think it took me a lot of hours, right? Probably a good, I would say like a good solid 3 to 4 hours minimum for the Scadutree blessing. And then for the Spirit Ash blessing, I think it was maybe like 1 hour. Yeah, I want to say roughly about 1 hour maximum. But yeah, it's just, I feel like it's such an overcomplicated process. And the reason why I bring up this, piece of feedback that I have for the developers is if you, like, let me show you here. I'm going to show you guys something very quickly. So you see this right here, this item on the screen, which is called a Sacred Tear, right? This item, and then this item right here, the Golden Seed, these items here are required in order to level up the number of HP and FP flasks that you can hold, and it also levels up the effectiveness of those flasks, right? So it levels up how much HP and how much FP those flasks will give your character, right? As you can see here, I have 99, in fact more than 99. I have 111 golden seeds in my inventory, and I have 51 sacred tears, right? My level of flasks and, the quality of my flasks that I have is maxed out, right? You can take a look here. I think it shows it. So at the bottom of my screen here, you guys can see, if you take a look at the bottom left-hand side, it says Flask of Cerulean Tears plus 12, right? Plus 12 is the maximum that you are able to level it to, right? And then if we go here to flasks, right? Let me see here. Allocate flasks. So you can see, if I move this all to the side, I have a maximum of 14 flasks that I can have, and I can split it between, FP and HP, right? Yeah. So, this is like the highest level that you can possibly go for, and you can't get any more than this, right? Like this is the limit. So, you look at the fact that I have maxed out these upgrades, and I've already finished it, but I still have 51 Sacred Tears and 99 or 111 golden seeds, right? I'm basically saying that if you are able to get extra Sacred Tears and extra golden seeds in the game, that means that you should also be able to get extra Scadutree blessings and extra Spirit Ash blessings, right? Now, I'm not saying that you are supposed to be able to level up the Scadutree and the Spirit Ashes beyond the maximum level. Like, I think that level 20 and level 10 respectively are perfectly fine, but the fact that there are exactly 50 of the Scadutree blessings that exist in the DLC, and there's no more than 50, makes it a lot more difficult and time-consuming and annoying to obtain all 50 of them to get your Scadutree blessing to level 20, right? I am 99.99% sure that if you go into the base game of Elden Ring and you look for Sacred Tears and you look for Golden Seeds, you will find more than enough of these items where you will have extra beyond the maximum level that you can get your HP and FP flasks, right? So it's like, I think that in the DLC, the lack of extra blessings that you can pick up around the DLC world, it is, in my opinion, it is a flaw with the DLC, and it is something that I think the developers had put more thought into, and that they had done a better job of designing that aspect of the DLC content. Yeah, I feel like they did not really take into consideration the sort of like, I don't know, the efficiency or the optimization of the Scadutree Blessing and the Spirit Ash Blessing, right? So yeah, no, the process of me leveling up the blessings to level 20 and level 10 respectively, it took me a very, very goddamn long time. More time than I expected it to, and more time than I wanted to, right? And so, you know, when I started going through the list and I started, you know, finding all the different fragments and working on leveling up my blessings, I had this thought in my head where I was like, you know, I could save some of this content for my Elden Ring streams that I do, or I could just do it offline and get it over with. Because, to be completely honest, right, I think at least, at bare minimum, 80 to 90% of the time that I was hunting down these fragments and, you know, searching for these upgrades, it was, in my personal opinion, extremely boring. And I don't think it would have been, like, very entertaining stream content. I think it would have been very, very lackluster and very just, like, you know, lame to sit here and watch it happen as sort of like an outsider, you know, viewing the experience, right? So I basically said fuck it, and I was like, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna level up and max out the Scadutree Blessing and the Spirit Ash Blessing on my own, right, offline, without needing to like waste anybody's time on Twitch, you know what I mean? So yeah, but I just wanted to kind of like show that off and you know, show you that I did max level both of these just to, you know, just to put it out there for context and you make sure you guys know about this, you know, before we get into any further DLC content, any boss fights and whatever, right? But with that being said, chat, so as of today, right? Let me zoom into the map here. As you can see here, chat, we are right in front of what seems to be, I believe, the boss arena for the legendary Dragon Bale, right? This is an insanely insanely powerful boss that we're about to be fighting very soon here. And we're going to be fighting the boss for the very, very first time, getting to, you know, basically take a look at the moves that it does, the different mechanics that the fight has, and we get to see, you know, how difficult it's going to be to kill this thing and to achieve victory, right? I don't think this is going to be a walk in the park. I don't think this is going to be a piece of cake. I think this is going to take us quite a lot of tries. And so, you know, I am basically just trying to prepare myself mentally and emotionally for this fight. And yeah, just trying to make sure that I don't I don't get insanely depressed and discouraged from taking on this boss. Yeah. But that's what we're gonna be doing today. That is our goal, our objective for the stream today. I'm actually gonna take this chonky boy right here, our wonderful mascot for the channel, and I'm gonna put him aside because you know, in order for me to take on such a massive endeavor, I need to have the I need to have the gamer you know, gamer setup, right? And I need to make sure that my setup is free from any distractions, any possible obstacles or things that get in my way, right? So yeah, I'm gonna put him aside and he's gonna just chill there on the bed. while we jump straight into this boss fight here. One thing that I do want to, you know, kind of like tell you guys about beforehand and put this as a disclaimer, you know, this is New Game Plus 7. It is, I think, very extremely difficult. It is not the same thing as base game. And, you know, I personally, as an Elden Ring player, I have no problem with utilizing any and all resources that I have at my disposal to win, you know, in a boss battle. So, just as a heads up, as a forewarning, as a, you know, a disclaimer here, I will let you guys know that I am going to be using my Spirit Ashes, and I'm also going to be using the NPC by the name of Igor, or, sorry, not Igor, Igon, who's going to help me with this fight against the legendary Dragon Bale. And, we're gonna see whether we have, an army that is strong enough to take on this boss, and whether we have the capabilities to survive until the very end. So yeah, but let's do this, chat. Let's go ahead and walk into the war zone, shall we? All right, let's see here. So it looks like Igon's summon sign is not here yet. I'm assuming it's probably inside the arena. I think that's, you know, what I can expect. So we will, you know, make sure to keep our eyes out for that. Before I, you know, dive in to this area, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to drink my flask very quickly, just to make sure that we don't end up dying and losing our runes right off the bat. So we'll do that. Alright, here goes nothing. Okay. Wow, this thing is big. Ow. Okay. I need to figure out where Igon is. Ow. Ooh, okay. Alright, there we go.
I hereby vow you will rue this day.
Alright. I basically threw that first attempt. I died there, you know, willingly, because I knew that I needed to summon Igon, and so I was basically looking around for a summon sign there. Okay. Alright, here we go. Attempt number 2, chat. Attempt number 2. He is definitely aggroed onto me, definitely hard locked on. So I can't really like get to the position where I can summon Igon. his model is so insanely large that I...
Curse you,
yeah.
Bale!
I'm gonna be honest, I did not
hereby
expect,
vow you
I did not expect Bale to, like, charge at me at the very, very beginning there. That was kind of unexpected, and another thing about it is I feel as if, you know, I wasn't really given any time to summon in my Spirit Ash, which, yeah, that was not good at all.
curse you, Bale! I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold, a true Drake warrior, and I, Egon, your fears made flesh.
Man, that hitbox is so fucking big with the fire. Okay.
Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes your rotten hide. With a hail of harpoons! With every last drop of my being!
Okay. Holy shit, chat. Oh, this is not good. My God. No way. No shot I won. Wait, did I actually win?
You shall haunt me no longer.
Holy moly. What an insane fight, chat. Absolutely insane fight. I did not expect that at all. Yeah. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, that was super freaking impressive in terms of, like, you know, the boss mechanics and whatever. I think that was incredible. The way that they designed Bale was so freaking dope. And I think that he is by far the best, you know, designed dragon enemy in Elden Ring. I think it's incredible, right? But yeah, no, I think, like, it's very interesting. I think that Bale is very, very, very powerful, right? And I do think that he is a very tanky enemy as well. However, I think that maybe because I am a sorcery player, because I'm a long-range player, I possibly had a pretty big advantage here, and I was able to deal some pretty good damage, and also, you know, obviously using Spirit Ashes, using Igon to help me, I was able to divert his attention and make sure that he doesn't only target me, and that made my life a lot easier, right? So I think, yeah, that was pretty freaking dope, you know, getting to win against that incredible boss fight, right? Insanely cool stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think like a part of me, you know, a part of me thinks to myself, what if I had, you know, struggled a little bit more? What if I had gotten to see more of his attacks and more of his abilities, right? I will say, I think out of the attacks that I did see from him, right, probably the most dangerous one is the AoE kind of like nuke blast that he has, where if you go back and you like rewatch that VOD, you know, rewatch the section of the VOD just now, it was the attack that ended up killing my Spirit Ash, that ended up killing Tish. That was a very, very powerful attack, and I feel like if I was not, you know, continuously spam rolling, I probably would have gotten hit by that, and I probably would have maybe not gotten one shot, but lost a significant chunk of my HP, which would have been very, very, very rough. But yeah, we somehow managed to survive that, and I am quite impressed and quite shocked as well, that we lived, you know, to tell the tale, right? In any case, let's travel back here, because this is where the Dragon Communion Priestess is, and we now get to have a conversation with her. Or actually, no, I guess we don't. Let me see here. What is this? Pick up item. Priestess Heart. Okay. Flower Stone Gavel. Okay, okay. Let's see. Commune with Baal. So we only get to choose one of these two things. We have Baal's Tyranny, and we have Baal's Flame Lightning. Wow. I really wish, you know, I think it would be really cool if, yeah, I think it would be really freaking cool if you could duplicate the Heart of Baal to have multiple, and that way, you know, you can basically pick both of these in one playthrough. But unfortunately, you can't. You can only get one of them. I think I'll take the Flame Lightning, chat. I think so. The reason why is because, you know, in terms of, like, special attacks, you know, special abilities, right? Whether it's a sorcery, an incantation, or, you know, a dragon weapon, right? I think that, like, flame and lightning, especially lightning, I think is very, very powerful in, you know, certain situations. So I think that compared to the other dragon ability here, right, the Tyranny, I think that the Flame Lightning, I would probably be more, you know, interested in using it in combat compared to Baal's Tyranny. I'm not entirely sure. Let's see here. One of the greatest Dragon Communion incantations harnesses the fearsome power of Baal the Dread, channels the form of the dead dragon to emit a mighty roar accompanied by a heat wave burst, causing violent eruptions of fire in the area. Even after being consumed, the throbbing heart of Baal continues to resist its subjugation, never weakening. One day, the fire within will consume the very body and soul of his communion devourer. One day. Channels the form of the dead dragon in right arm to smash foes with an exposed talon bone, coursing with flame lightning. Hell yeah. Yeah, I feel like Flame Lightning is a really, really cool one that I think would be dope to be able to use it in game. So I'm probably going to choose that one. But before I pick one of these, chat, I'm actually going to open up the wiki page here. Let me take a look here. I'm taking a look at the Elden Ring wiki. And then okay. I'm taking a look at the NPC that basically ended up, you know, disappearing or dying. And we're gonna see, like, did I miss out on anything here? Um Let me see what this particular item here does. Oh, it's a reusable tool. Interesting. Okay, let me see here. Boost Dragon Cult incantations. You must be wearing no armor to use this item. This item must be used once to change into dragon form, then used again to activate the temporary damage buff. 7% damage negation across the board and 70 resistance. Wow, that's actually pretty good. And then it says here it boosts Dragon Cult incantation damage by 20%. It stacks with Golden Vow, and it lasts for 60 seconds. Ooh. This item actually seems pretty freaking dope for anyone out there who is wanting to play a character that utilizes dragon incantations. I think that's a pretty powerful item. Okay, okay. So it seems like this NPC, right, the one that disappeared from that site of grace, it seems like you know, I can't do anything else. I can't really converse with her or anything like that. And the only other thing that is really left for me to do is I just need to, like, basically go into New Game Plus and play the DLC again if I want to, you know, interact with that NPC, you know, again in the future, right? Okay, so let's take the Flame Lightning now. There we go. And then the Tyranny, we will take it later. We will take it during the next New Game Plus cycle. Very, very, very nice stuff. I love that. Okay. Yeah, that was a freaking that was a pretty darn dope fight. I really like that fight a lot. And definitely by far the best, you know, dragon boss out there. Yeah, really, really cool stuff. And I'm also glad that, you know, I was able to summon Igon for that, right? And have a chat with him. In fact, let's go see if he is still in the same location he was before, and if we can have a conversation with him. Alright, so we're gonna climb the foot of the jagged peak. Oh, wait. What's this? Pick up item. Aigon's Great Bow. Ooh, you get his entire armor set. Aigon's Bell Bearing. Okay. Pretty freaking dope. I appreciate you, Aigon. You are a legend, good sir. And I'm glad you were finally able to get your sweet, sweet revenge on the dreadful Bale. Massive, massive salute to Aigon for, you know, giving his service. Okay. So, chat, that fight took us a lot less time than I first expected. So, here's what I think we do, chat. I think it's time. I think we go in. We just say fuck it, and we approach the final boss fight of the entire DLC. All right, let's see here. Here we go, chat. This is the fog wall right here. The final boss fight of the entire DLC, where we are potentially going to encounter Mikola and maybe someone else, or maybe just Mikola. I don't yet know, but we'll yeah, we'll have a fun time with this fight. Okay. Everything looks good. Okay, everything looks good. I'm going to remove this one because I don't really need it right now. All right. Chat, here goes nothing. Here goes nothing. Let me see here. We're gonna go to inventory. Flask. Let's drink it and prepare ourselves. All in, baby.
My loyal blade and champion of the festival. Both your deeds will ever be praised in song. Now, the vow will be honored, and my lord brother's soul will return, so that he may be my consort.
Oh, shit. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ, that's so fucking badass, chat. Ow. Holy. Yo. Radon got a massive upgrade. Jesus Christ, chat. What an insane, insane fight this is. Alright. Let me see here, chat. I thought... I don't know. Wait, hold on. Oh. There we go. What's going on, Ansbach? I was about to say, I thought for a second that we should have at least one person who is fighting with us in this, you know, particular boss fight right here. And I was gonna say, like, is the summon sign inside the boss fight, or is it outside? Alright. Let's do this, chat. Round 2. Oh my lord.
General
Radahn. A pleasure to see you, after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I wasted a flask. Oh, what's happening now? Oh shit, chat. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Bro, he looks like he's about to go Super Saiyan.
Lord brother. At long last you are returned.
Oh shit, hello Mikola.
Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Mikola, and my promised consort, Radahn.
Oh shit. What the fuck? What are these attacks? Oh my god, chat. I got absolutely roasted there. What's happening? Oh my lord. What the? Holy. Oh my god. Chat, this is fucking insane. How do you do this fight? Like, you guys can see that whatever it's called, that health bar at the bottom, it didn't even drop below 50%. That is fucking crazy. Oh my lord. Okay. Shit. Okay. Let's try that again, shall we? Wait, hold on. Hold on. I need to bring my, my brethren into the fight. Man, this looks incredibly difficult. This looks like an incredibly painful fight. Alright.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you, after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
That's insane, chat. That is insane. My god. Oh, we're gonna be here for a while, chat. We are gonna be at this fight for a goddamn while. Alright.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay. Yeah. Holy moly, chat. This is, I feel like this is a losing battle, man. I do not know how you're supposed to defeat this. This is insane. Yeah, by far, I think that this boss right here is easily the most difficult boss in the entirety of Elden Ring. Holy moly. Wow. Alright, let me see here.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
My god. Holy moly. Alright, chat. I have a terrible idea. Oh, this idea is not gonna work, is it? I have a horrible, horrible, terrible idea. Let me see here. Charge spells and skills. I don't feel good about this strategy, chat, but we'll try it. I should probably change my flask, if I'm gonna be completely honest here. Because my flask boosts magic damage, which, you know, obviously this build right here does not utilize, but should be fine, chat. Should be fine. Holy shit.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
My God. Jesus Christ. Yeah. This is absolutely crazy, chat. Absolutely crazy. I legit don't know how in the hell to get an advantage over him at all. Alright, let's see here. Oh, wait, shit. I forgot to call in Ansbach. Yeah. Gotta make sure I also drink my flask, which I completely forgot to do.
Radahn. A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yeah. Hmm. Let's try this one.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you after all this time.
Dude, I
Those
do not
remains
know
not belong to you.
how in the world you
Lord
are
Moog
supposed
will
to, like, dodge the, what's it called? That attack that he does, where he basically, kind of like, you know, pulls you in using his gravity. I don't know how you're supposed to dodge that at all.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
My dodges, like my timing for my dodges was just really, really bad there. And, yeah, I kept on mistiming it. I kept on, like, trying to dodge too early with a lot of those attacks, you know? So I kept on just getting clipped by them.
General Radahn.
Dude, holy shit.
After all this time. But
I
those remains
legit,
do
like,
belong
did
to
not
you.
have the,
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
the ability to move around. Like, so, you know, I dodged his first attack, right? And then I turned around to go back towards him, and, you know, basically, by the time that I realized he was swinging at me, I attempted to do a dodge roll there, but when I pressed my B button, it literally did nothing. Like, my character didn't roll or anything like that. And so I basically just got, you know, completely stuck there. And, you know, I had to accept the hit. You know, there was really nothing else I could do.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Holy shit, dude. Absolutely insane. What an insane fight. Holy fuck.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
My god. So, one of the really annoying things about Radahn and this fight is that, you know, so this particular fight, so, like, okay, when Radahn attacks, right? So he'll hit you with an attack, and you don't, you know, you're not able to dodge the attack, you get hit by it, right? You take damage. When you get hit by an attack, you get staggered, right? So he hits you, and your character, you know, basically just kind of malfunctions for a bit, right? Your character just, you know, kind of gets hit, knocked back, and is unable to do anything, right? You're not able to attack, you're not able to move, you're not able to roll or anything, right? You're kind of just like, boom, you get hit, and you're like in a state of shock where you're simply just standing there, or you're stuck, right? The thing that is really difficult about the way that Radahn moves and the way that he attacks is that, normally speaking, when when a boss, sorry, not Radahn, when a boss or an enemy hits you and they stagger you, they give you enough time to basically recover from the stagger, and then they give you enough time to roll away, to literally, like, get some distance and move away from the boss. With Radahn, especially a lot of his attacks that he does, it's a chain combo hit. And so because of that, you are basically screwed over, and you, like, once you get staggered by one of his hits, you might as well just, you know, quit the fight. You might as well just, you know, give up and let him take away the rest of your HP bar, because there's no good way to recover from it. And it's like, yeah, it just feels like he is constantly raining blows upon you, and it is very, very difficult to, like, continuously dodge that stuff, right? It is very, very painful. So yeah, that's something where I think that I personally feel as if it is very unbalanced, and I don't particularly like it, but Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe other people out there might disagree and they might find it to be a super duper easy fight. Potentially, right? Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, chat, is I'm gonna try a very classic tried and true strategy here, where I literally just go straight up Mimic Tier, and I see how Mimic Tier does. Let me take a look here. I'm gonna take that one. Hmm. Um... Lowers FP consumed by skills. No, that's not the right one. Um... Perhaps something like this, maybe? That might work for a build. We could also try going, instead of this, we go for this. That might be a way that we can do things. Alright. Let's keep going, chat. Wait, I brought out Tish. Why did I bring out Tish?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Ow, that hurt. Oh, man. Okay, so what happened there is, and I honestly don't know if the input on my controller above my head, I don't know if it showed it, but what happened there was I attempted to do a roll, but for some reason, I accidentally pressed the wrong button. So I pressed like the B button, and I also simultaneously pressed another button. I think it was the Y button on accident. And therefore, when I pressed multiple buttons at the same time, it did not register that I did that, right? And so yeah, I'm gonna take that death. I'm gonna take that death.
A pleasure to see you after all this time.
Okay.
But those remains do not belong.
Yeah, I accidentally pressed multiple buttons there, and that's why my character didn't move. They didn't roll or anything like that. And so I definitely, without a doubt, kind of just completely fucked over the attempt and made it to where I was like already dead from the get-go. Okay.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
Yeah.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, that is interesting. Okay, okay. Alright, that is very interesting. I need to take note of that. Okay. So, what we're gonna do, chat, give me a quick second here. Let's go to memorize spell. There we go. Perfect. And then, let's see. Equipment. Wonderful. Okay. Fantastic. Alrighty then. Keep going, shall we, chat? This boss right here is very likely going to take me the longest time to beat this boss. Oh, wrong fucking summon. God damn it.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
The dodge timing, man. It's so bad. Alright. Wait, hold on. Perfect. Perfectamundo, chat. Huh? I thought I clicked the A button there. I don't know why the game didn't recognize that, but sure.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I did not realize that he had a follow-up to that. Ow. Yeah. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Chat. Surely now we take things seriously. Flasks. We're gonna try 10-4. Man, I honestly wish I could summon, like, multiple people. That there was more NPCs, you know, able to help out. But for the time being, this will work. This will be fine.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you.
Dude, that attack comes
After
out
all
so
this time.
fast.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Hey. Wait, I have no more FP. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, this is insane, chat. Oh my god. How many are we at right now? Wow, 600 deaths. Man, we finally reached a milestone, chat. By the way, I should probably go and change my... Where's my physic? There we go. Should probably change this back to magic, right? Okay. Chat, give me a very quick second here. I am very, very curious to see what is the overall strategy that is recommended for this particular boss. Let me see here. Um... Hmm... Golden Vow, Black Flame's Protection, Divine Fortification, Lord's Divine Fortification. Let's see. While they do offer support, status buildup, and can alleviate aggro for a time, summons are not recommended for this fight, as they notably increase Radahn's health bar. Wait, really? Hold the fuck on. Really? Do they actually? But, like, by how much? Let me take a look here. Let's take a look here. Being able to hit Radahn with Scarlet Rot is an absolute must in both phases. Interesting. Wow. Okay. So apparently, according to the wiki right here, it looks like using Scarlet Rot as a weapon is highly recommended. Okay. And it also says that it is a smart idea to use a shield. So let's take a look at what we have available here. Okay. I'm looking at my shields right now, chat, and I'm basically trying to find one that has good physical damage negation and also some good holy damage negation on top of that. Okay. So this one right here has 84. And then 76. Okay. What kind of seals do I have here? Dragon Cold incantations, God Slayer incantations, Bestial, Spiral? Wait, hold on. Spiral incantations. I don't know if this actually boosts it. Fundamentalist. Oh, Golden Order. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Let me take a look at something here, chat. I'm gonna, check a page on the Wikipedia to see. Bum. I actually don't think I have this item here. Golden Braid. I don't know if I have this one. If I don't have it, though, I think it's probably a good idea to get it. Okay. Let me go to here, and then let me take a look here. Okay, let's see. Um, Let me actually go to a page back here. Scarlet Rot sources. Um, Mitigating Scarlet Rot, curing Scarlet Rot. I'm trying to see if there is. Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there is a particular like specifically a sacred seal that boosts the damage of Scarlet Aeonia, or basically just the damage of Scarlet Rot in general. Enemies that cause Scarlet Rot. Scarlet Rod vulnerable, resistant, Scarlet Rod immune. Hmm. So, it doesn't seem like yeah, it doesn't seem like there is any weapon or anything that boosts it. Huh. Okay, okay. Um, hmm. Alright, so chat. We are going to take a little bit of a detour here. Um, because there's a particular item that I don't think I picked up. And, this item, it is a talisman that apparently is really, beneficial for, really beneficial for, you know, the boss fight that we have here. Let me actually take a look. So I'm gonna teleport to here. And then I can check to see if it's in my inventory at all, but I don't feel like it is. Inventory. Yeah, I'm not seeing it here. Okay. Alright, so we need to go down here. And then we go up that hill. I'm actually quite surprised I did not, you know, see this particular talisman here. I'm guessing it was probably decently hidden. You know, if I did not find it. Let me take a look here. So it says, in front of a statue at the top of the hill found inside the trunk of a large decayed tree. Oh my lord. That is so hidden, chat. I did not even... Yeah, there's no way that I would have been able to see this. There we go. Golden Braid. So that is a talisman that basically helps to mitigate holy damage, from what I understand. It's a very beautiful statue. Okay. Yeah, when I first, like, you know, read the location of where that item is, and I saw the tree that it was referring to, I was like, there's no way, right? Because that tree, it looks so incredibly small. It looks very, very, you know, very, like, lackluster, you know? Alright, so let's see here. Equipment. So it basically says that we should use, where is it? We should use this one right here, the Great Shield Talisman, right? And then I guess use this one as well, the Holy Damage Mitigator. Boost Holy Damage Negation by the utmost, yeah. So basically take that. And then... So I'll still be medium load. Okay, that's actually not that bad. Okay, okay. Yeah, that kind of works. Okay, not bad, not bad. Alright, so this is going to be definitely trial and error. This is going to be like, you know, us testing out what we're capable of, you know, what we have the ability to do. Okay, give me a quick second, chat. Let me see here. So I'm going to close this tab. Says here... Summons are not recommended for this fight and required to complete questline as they notably increase Radahn's health bar. So, let me... This is something I am, like, a little bit confused by, and I want to... like, confirm this if it's possible. So let's see, NPC summons. Summoning an NPC will reduce the number of runes you get from killing a boss by 25%, and will also increase their health as if you had summoned a co-op player. This may actually make the fight harder, as NPC summons are not as powerful as the player. Okay, so basically what it's saying here is that if I were to take Ansbach with me here, it would make Radahn a lot more difficult, basically. That's kind of annoying. I'm not a big fan of that, chat. Yeah, I don't really love that, I'm gonna be honest. Alright, let me see here. Let's just try out this attempt. I know that this attempt is not going to work out.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Ow. Yeah, okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, chat. So, let's see here what we want to do. I guess we can try not summoning, Ansbach, and, seeing if this makes the fight any easier to do. I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but we'll see. Alright, so use this. We're gonna go in here. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, chat, I think, okay, so, first of all, assuming that we are, you know, not taking Ansbach with us, maybe taking, Tish would be better than Mimic Tier in this case. That might be the way to go. So I did not inflict, Scarlet Aeonia. Yeah. Okay. I'm basically what I'm doing right now, chat, is I am testing out to see if it is optimal for me to use Scarlet Aeonia, and if it is optimal, when is it most optimal to use it, you know? Fuck. Fuck me, man. I'm trying to get my fucking runes. Ugh. I also don't even remember, you know, me forgetting to drink my physic. I swear I did, but I guess I, you know, completely forgot to do that. Yep, of course. Where are my runes? My fucking runes. There we go. The main thing that I'm also wondering here that I want to experiment and I want to test it out is basically to see, okay, am I able to what's it called? Am I able to utilize Scarlet Aeonia one time in order to inflict him with Scarlet Rot, or does it take multiple, multiple attacks of Scarlet Aeonia in order to activate the Scarlet Rot and get him inflicted, you know? Okay. Oof, okay. What's going on, Boku? Welcome on in. Indeed it is Radon. Oh, wow. So dodging into him doesn't have that effect. Okay. That still hits, huh? Wow, okay. I didn't expect the, oh, I'm out of FP. Yep, yep. Yep. So, the very troubling thing is that basically when Radon phase changes, right, he goes from phase 1 to phase 2, he automatically removes Scarlet Rot, and so yeah, it basically makes it to where you need to reapply it, which is a very, very, very dangerous thing to do, very risky thing. So you got to be extremely careful about that, you know? Fuck. Okay. So I was able to do Scarlet Rot there, but I basically was not able to land other attacks after that. And it took me, like, way too long to do Scarlet Rot, so that was not great. Okay, did I actually forget to drink my fucking flask, or did I, basically end up taking 50 years to fight this guy? As long as I get my runes, I'm chilling. That's what I mainly care about. Ah, shoot, Boku. I need to actually go and grab the weight because I don't have the weight in my room right now. So give me a very quick second. I'm gonna step away from my desk and I'm gonna go and grab it. But I appreciate the redeem. Let me see here. Why is my... Oh, I don't like this at all. My stupid controller wires are completely, like, angled with the rest of my equipment. There we go. Perfect. Alright, give me a quick second. Let me go and grab the weight that I need. We're gonna do that, and I will see you guys in a second. There we go. Alright, chat, what's up? I'm back. I got the weight here, so we are ready to do the redeem. Alright, I think I'll start with my left arm, and we'll do that, and then we'll do the right arm afterwards. Okay. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. Awesome. Oh, man. Oh, boy. I gotta set it down carefully on my floor so that I don't bang it or anything, you know, and it doesn't make a large disturbance, basically. Okay. Nice. So, we are ready to get back into it, chat. Let's do this. Okay, all things looking good. Let's drink my physic. We go in. Yeah, that triple combo there is extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous indeed. Yeah, definitely not at all something that you want to mistime, because basically if you mistime it and you get hit by the first swing, I'm pretty sure you are getting hit guaranteed by the rest of the swings there. Okay. Let's try that again, shall we, chat? That was a good, like, beginning of the fight, though, you know? Oh, shit. Okay, so he targeted my Tish first, instead of me. Yeah, that right there was the opposite. That was a garbage attempt. I really wish, though, there was a way that you could significantly reduce the amount of time that is required for Scarlet Aeonia to take effect, right? To actually proc, or to do the attack. Oh, wait, my runes are at the very, very beginning? Yikes. I don't know why, but okay, so basically I got completely confused there for a second, where I saw at the top of my screen, right, there's the icon for your runes, and it shows you the location. I don't know what caused me to think that this was correct. I guess it's just simply my brain was kind of, not really... Like, I think I was more so focused on surviving and avoiding damage from Radahn that I didn't actually, like, think about this and remember that, like, okay, so when I saw the icon, right, you can see the icon at the very top of the screen, I thought that it was showing the runes were located behind me, right? Yikes. So, yeah, I basically thought that the icon was behind me, and I was trying to find where that icon was showing. Wow, okay. And so, yeah, like on that attempt where I basically was hunting down the runes, I kept on moving backwards, thinking that the runes were behind me. In fact, they were in front of me, and they were literally at the entrance of the boss fight, which I don't know why I completely, like, just did not realize that, you know? Alright. I think the one thing about this fight here where I don't like it, right? The one thing that bothers me about this fight is I think that, you know, I think that, you know, having the phase transition happen so late, or not late, sorry, so early in the fight, I think that is a massive problem. Ow. Okay. So there, at the beginning of Phase 2, I did not have Scarlet Aeonia ready, and you know, I was not able to proc it immediately upon the phase transition, which is ideally what you're supposed to do. So yeah, that was basically just a failure on my part to prepare for that phase. But yeah. Okay. So let's go in and try it again. Oh, wait, I forgot to drink my, Yeah. That's kind of painful. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why, but I feel like, I feel like Scarlet Aeonia is, it takes so freaking darn long to, you know, basically cast it and to, you know, make sure that it hits the enemy and that it procs, you know? Yeah. I think, like, you know, Scarlet Rot, plus obviously having Tisha's ability, is extremely powerful and extremely useful, but at the same time, it's also one that I think requires patience and precision. It requires, like, proper timing, and it's very, very tricky to pull it off, I think. That was the incorrect one. Yeah. I should, I'm gonna swap my positionings for my Spirit Ashes, because they're basically backwards right now. Which is not how they usually are. I'm gonna put Tish here, and I'm gonna put... There we go. Alright. Okay. Always gotta remember to drink the flask. Fuck, man, what? How long is your combo, dude? I don't know how to avoid that one. Maybe I roll into it? Okay. It's very interesting, you know, according to the wiki page, right, using Ansbach or using, like, the NPCs to help with the boss fights, it increases their HP, right? So it makes the fight supposedly more difficult, right? The thing that I find quite interesting is that even though the fight was, you know, more difficult, and you know, the HP is higher supposedly. I still feel like, you know, I still feel like I was doing like somewhat of a better job. Like, I think that having Ansbach having a Spirit Ash, I think it overall was a better performance. Even though we only got him down to, like, basically 50% HP or whatever. Yeah, like, I still think I performed overall much, much better. Okay, drink the flask. Fuck, he targeted Tish. That's not good. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. Oh, my Scarlet Rod didn't fucking hit him. Yeah. He used the really annoying move that he does where he flies up into the air, and that basically made it to where it canceled out the Scarlet Rot, even though I think that Scarlet Aeonia did hit him. I think that him jumping up into the air, it basically just nullified it in a way, and made it to where, yeah, it just did not proc at all. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why, but for some reason, I keep on accidentally bringing Mimic Tier instead of Tish. It's really weird. It's like my brain is on autopilot and is just pressing random buttons that I think is the right, you know, like, order of buttons and whatever to push, even though it's completely 100% wrong. And I'm not paying attention which Spirit Ash that I am actually, you know, attempting to summon, right? fuck. That's not good. Damn, I'm gonna be honest, chat. This is gonna be a very, very stupid thing to say, because, like, if you think about it objectively, if you think about it logically, right? Bringing in an NPC like Ansbach, it is definitely not recommended. It is definitely not a smart thing to do. But I think that even though it's not a great idea, you know, I think that for my strategy, it might end up being the better um, the better move to make overall, just because I feel like I might have more of a chance to survive, you know?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yep. Okay. So during that attempt, right? Something that happened during the phase 1, which automatically caused a problem, and it was, you know, part of the... I would say it was probably a major reason why I ended up losing, is that my Scarlet Aeonia that I thought I hit him with, it did not proc. It did not activate. And so, yeah, like, he did not get, what's it called? He did not get inflicted with Scarlet Rot at all.
Lord Moog.
Okay, let's keep going, shall we? Did I not summon him? What the fuck, dude? I swear I clicked the A button. Did I not click A, chat? I swear on my life that I clicked the A button. I don't know what this game is smoking, but it is not reading my inputs properly.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Ugh. Terrible, terrible timing, man. Okay. I actually have an idea, chat. This is probably a terrible idea, but I have an idea. I'll leave that as is. Okay. Hold on a second. Give me a second, chat. Wait, what? Oh, do I have to rest at the site of grace? I guess I do. You know what I'll do? Okay, here's what I'll do, chat. Okay. Okay. Alright, chat. So we're gonna do this attempt right here, and then after this attempt, I'm gonna go and fix something very quickly.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But
Fuck
those
off.
remains do
Okay.
not belong to you.
Okay.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Very unfortunate, you know, unfortunate RNG on that run. Alright, so we're gonna go to the, what's it called? Go to the round table hold. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna travel here, and I want to test something out. Okay. Nice. Not bad. That was a pretty big hit. Good hit. Good hit. Nice. Nice. Ooh, good hit. Nice. Okay, okay. Alright. So we tested that out. Basically, what I wanted to see is I wanted to see how good or bad the skill ability on the shield was. Because honestly, I feel like shields in Elden Ring, they do not need any sort of like special skill or ability. And you don't like you shouldn't really have it, right? Like if you have a shield that has some kind of a special ability, I personally think that you should remove that particular ability from the shield, you know? So let me take a look here. We're gonna go to good old Mr. Hugh over here, our favorite blacksmith.
Let's go smithing.
Ashes of War. There we go. Okay, so now it has no skill, which is perfect. And now we can use Reduvia. Awesome. Okay, this is exactly what I want. Fantastic, chat. Okay. So now we go all the way back to this area over here. We have the final boss fight, Site of Grace. Perfect. Yeah, this is much better. Much, much better. Okay. So, we bring in Ansbach, even though he is a, you know, little bit of a debuff for us. Okay, inventory. Use our physic.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fucking hell. Yeah. Unfortunate. Alright. Let's see here, chat. So, the attempt that we just now did, I think it was a good attempt. Phase 1 was a little bit rough, but we managed to, you know, make it through. We managed to survive. Phase 2 was where things got absolutely fucked over because, you know, during Phase 2, I did not have Scarlet Aeonia ready. So that certainly, you know, was a mistake on my part.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. I wasn't properly paying attention, chat, and I basically thought to myself that, oh, he's targeting one of the other spirit ashes, right? You know, one of the other entities, either Tish or Ansbach. So I thought for a second I was like safe to heal or whatever, but that was not the case. Okay, let's do this, chat, shall we? Inventory.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his
Oh,
dignity.
shit. Okay. So, you apparently are not able to roll forwards there. If you roll forwards, you die, it looks like. Yeah, so it seems like the recommendation is to roll sideways, I think. I think even trying to roll backwards is not really a smart idea at all. Alright, so inventory. Oh boy. Okay, traverse the mist. I don't know why I didn't jump through that.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yikes. Wait, I'm actually a little bit confused there, chat. Who exactly was coughing? Was that my character, or was it one of the summons? I'm extremely confused. Because I very clearly heard some coughing there at the very end, and I was like, that doesn't sound like my character.
Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yeah. That gravity attack that he does, I cannot block it. I need to dodge through it. That's what I need to do. This is a tough fight, chat. Very tough fight.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time.
Another thing about Scarlet Aeonia that is really annoying is that when you are using it, your screen, right, like your character, basically becomes completely blocked by light. You cannot see a damn thing, and so it's very, very, you know, difficult to try and, like, for example, dodge attacks and whatnot. I feel like, yeah, attempting to see through Scarlet Aeonia and to get out of the way of any incoming attacks is very, very, very dangerous indeed.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Oh shit. Wow, okay. So, I'm actually very, very curious to see, like, to consider, like, what exactly that attack was, chat, because I've heard about that attack, right? Like, I'm familiar with the existence of it, but it seems like that attack is very, very, very dangerous. Let me actually... Okay, I don't know why, but my character... Let me see here. Let's go to... What if I click this one? There we go. Okay. I'm just going to leave my character on that screen there. Let me go to the wiki page here. Phase 2. Do, 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 do. Miquella's grab. Let me see what this does. It will cause Radahn to bring the player close to Miquella, who will place a charm on the player. This grab will not deal damage, but if the player is grabbed again while charmed, they will immediately die. Oh, shit. Ooh. Ooh, chat, that's dangerous. I mean, okay, so I think this is what I'll say about that grab attack, right? If the probability of the grab attack happening multiple times is not very high, and you can fight this boss, you know, with only having that grab attack happen once, then it's not really that big of a problem. It's not like the end of the world, but I can see how it can be extremely dangerous and very, very risky. So I can understand the danger behind it, but if it only happens once, and, you know, let's say that hypothetically it maybe potentially happens again, but you're able to dodge it, you're able to avoid it, then it's not really that problematic, but it can be, right? That is I think the key point, is that that particular attack has the possibility of being very, very dangerous, you know?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
You know, it's very interesting, chat, because according to the Wikipedia page, right, it says that after Radahn uses that initial attack where he basically flies at you with gravity, and he does like an AoE slam, according to the Wikipedia page, it says that it is a wise idea to use Scarlet Aeonia, right? Like, basically just activate the attack right there, right? The thing about it is that I feel as if that is quite dangerous, since, you know, with the Scarlet Aeonia, right?
After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
With Scarlet Aeonia,
Lord Moog
right,
will have his dignity.
you spend so long in the animation that you are guaranteed to take damage there. So I feel like, I don't know, basically it is either the Wikipedia, like, the people who created the guide, they either know for a fact that you are going to take damage, and basically the wiki page is like basically saying, you know, you're going to have to absorb the damage and take the hit, or they are using some sort of a strategy that is somehow able to avoid the damage, and whatever that strategy is that they're using, I am not familiar with that strategy, and I'm not able to do the same thing, right? Because yeah, like, it definitely is not working the same way that, they might be
General
experiencing
Radahn,
it.
a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Holy shit. You know, a part of me wonders, chat, maybe during phase 2, so like, you know, let's say that I successfully activate Scarlet Rot. I think maybe I should probably just see if it's possible, attempt to, like, what's it called? Attempt to block or to shield, because maybe that will be beneficial, maybe that will help. Instead of trying to roll. Because, yeah, I think, like, honestly, dodging is very dangerous and risky for phase 2 specifically.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
Okay.
After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yikes, okay. I think my Scarlet Aeonia there was a little bit too late in the timing, where it took me like a second to swap over to the Scarlet Seal, right? Or not Scarlet Seal, the Dragon Seal. And so, yeah. That was just very unfortunate timing in general.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
Yikes.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I think, honestly, that, you know, gravitational pull attack that he does, I feel like the only way to consistently be able to avoid it is by basically blocking it, you know, by shielding against it. The problem is, I don't know if there is a way to preemptively do it, you know, before it happens, right?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I wonder maybe what I need to do is after I use Scarlet Aeonia there, just in case, you know, to be on the safe side, maybe I just bring the shield up and I block immediately, you know.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
You know, I kind of wish that there was an attack that Radahn did where it would give me enough time to utilize Scarlet Aeonia and be able to avoid damage. I think that'd be really, you know, optimal, really ideal.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yeah. I think if I had been potentially full health there, I might have been able to, you know, survive that using Scarlet Blue or Scarlet Aeonia and then, you know, surviving and getting out of the way there. But I was not full health when the transition happened, and I ate shit.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
I got confused there. What ended up happening, if you guys took a look at the controller inputs above me, basically what happened is I completely forgot that for Scarlet Aeonia, I need to, what's it called? I need to, basically, you know, use my, right bumper. So I thought to myself, I was like, oh, you know, I just press the bumper, or not the bumper, sorry, the trigger, left trigger for the weapon art, and I kind of like did that because, you know, I have this muscle memory from using Reduvia's weapon art, but yeah, that did not work out. Alright, let's see here. There we go.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yikes. I think I rolled away there way too early. It seems like that attack, that swing that he does, has a delay, and I did not take that into consideration whenever I was rolling. So yeah, I ended up eating shit there. All right. Let's take a look, shall we, chat? Inventory. Use.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
That was honestly a really dirty move that he pulled, where instead of, you know, lunging at me, instead of trying to move closer to where I am, he basically did his gravitational pull attack, which I personally think that attack is garbage, and I hate it, and I think it's unfair. But yeah, normally he doesn't really do that attack right off the bat, but this time it was different, you know?
There we go. General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yikes. Oh, man. We are definitely having a rough time here, chat. Definitely having a very, very, very rough time. Oh, wow, 650 we're currently at. Okay, okay.
Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I'm gonna be honest, that that attempt just now was by far I think, the worst one. And it was also the weirdest one, because he didn't behave the way that he usually behaves. And also, I completely fucked up on, you know, my attacks, right? Like, I completely forgot the correct inputs for the attacks that I wanted to do. But, yeah.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
Ooh,
Lord
I
Moog will have his
backrolled way too early there. Way too early. Okay.
General Radahn,
We're already off to a really
a
bad
pleasure
start.
to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I didn't hit him with Scarlet Aeonia. Yeah, that was overall a really bad attempt. I think, like, honestly, any time that Radahn does the, like, gravitational pull attack, I think that's gonna be a failed attempt right off the bat. Because, yeah, that attack is really garbage, and I don't have a way to consistently dodge it. So, it is not ideal. Not ideal at all.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I'm actually gonna try something out, chat. I don't know if this actually has, like, a different behavior, like, or if this is gonna be a different result, but I'm gonna try out a little bit of an experiment here.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yikes. I backrolled there way too early and tried to, you know, spam roll as much as I possibly could, but it didn't end up working out as I had hoped it would, you know.
Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
So, I think the thing that I learned from, you know, me conducting this experiment and testing this out, so the thing that I was kind of trying to figure out that I didn't know about beforehand is, there were several attempts, you know, tries that I did against this boss, where what happened was, like, you know, I used Scarlet Aeonia, and then, like, I ended up getting, like, I think stuck is the wrong word. I don't think it's the right description, but I ended up, you know, using Scarlet Aeonia, and then my character did not, like, basically did not finish the animation for Scarlet Aeonia. Yeah, so there were attempts where I used Scarlet Aeonia, and then, like, immediately afterwards I attempted to, like, dodge roll away, or I attempted to use my shield and block. And I think what happened was, like, the overall animation for Scarlet Aeonia did not happen the entire way through, right? So that happened on many different attempts that I've done. However, there were also other attempts that I've done where basically, okay, imagine that I activated Scarlet Aeonia, and then after I activated it, after the Scarlet Flower opens up and does the attack, my character is still in the animation and basically is, like, either kneeling down or, like, you know, kind of like maybe potentially laying down or whatever, right? But my character is in this, like, sort of lower position where they are either kneeling or crouching or laying on the ground or whatever from using Scarlet Aeonia, right? And my theory, my idea that I had was, like, okay, what if when that happens, when my character continues to stay in this, like, sort of extended animation time, right, after Scarlet Aeonia, what if that kind of sort of protects me from attacks? And I don't mean, like, oh, well, you know, now that I'm still in this animation for Scarlet Aeonia, I'm immune to damage. It's more like, basically, because I am in this animation, any attack that the boss does that may potentially one-shot me or deal a crap insane amount of damage to my health bar, it would be reduced, it would be mitigated, because I am, like, in the middle of an animation for a you know, for an incantation, basically, right? So yeah, that was my theory, where basically I thought to myself, okay, maybe Scarlet Aeonia, there is a way to give my player extra iframes from Scarlet Aeonia that would protect my player from losing too much HP and dying quickly, right? However, I think from what we've seen so far, that theory, that idea, is completely false. I don't think it is accurate. I don't think it works. I will say, I think that there is a difference, right? There is a difference where, you know, there have been attempts that I've done, and during these attempts, when I use Scarlet Aeonia, I am basically taken out of the animation earlier than, you know, it normally would require. And most of the time, the reason why the animation is, like, abruptly stopped is, I think, because of the fact that my character gets hit by Radahn. And so Radahn hits me and sort of, like, knocks me out of the animation of Scarlet Aeonia. But there have been attempts where, like, I, kind of cut down the animation time of Scarlet Aeonia by a smidgen, right? By a tiny, tiny, tiny amount, because I potentially get hit by Radahn. And then there's been other attempts where, even though I get hit by Radahn, even though I might take damage during Scarlet Aeonia, the entire full duration of the animation plays through, regardless. And I don't get staggered out of it. I don't get interrupted or anything like that. And so it's very interesting because it basically feels kind of like RNG. It feels like, there's a chance that you experience the full duration, and then there's a chance that you don't experience it,
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. Pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Holy shit. What the fuck just happened there, chat? Like, literally, Radon, he, like, lunged forward, on the right side of my character. And then somehow, I don't know how, but, like, his, clones, right? His, like, I guess, like, copies of him, the doubles or whatever, they, somehow managed to, like, track me and hit me, even though I was off to the side, and, even though, you know, I was, like, not in any danger of getting hit there, originally, right, by Radon. So yeah, that was really freaking weird in terms of movement.
General Radon, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Alright, I think what I need to do, chat, this is not something that I think is optimal. It's not something that I think is you know, like, I think that normally speaking, this is not a very wise strategy, but for this scenario, I think that it is better than what we're currently doing. Basically, you know, what I've been doing so far is I've been attempting to make sure that Ansbach does not take any significant damage, right? I've been trying to make sure that he, you know, stays as safe as possible, and that he remains alive for as long as possible, right?
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck. That's annoying. Okay. So, chat, I think, like, one of the big problems there, one of the big reasons why, I died there, and why I completely just fucked up what I was doing, is that, you know, basically, I was attempting to... So, I saw him, like, kind of go up into the air and try to do the kind of AoE holy attack thing that he was gonna do. And at first I started like panic rolling away, but then I was like, wait a second, I should probably try to block this, right? And so I tried to pull out my shield and to block, but I completely forgot that I was still stuck on the the dragon seal on my left, you know, arm or left hand or whatever. And so I didn't have my shield available, and I completely forgot about that. And I was like, oh shit, you know, so instead of using my shield, I accidentally chose to use Scarlet Aeonia instead, which is not at all what I want to do, right? So I think, yeah, like, I need to go back to this, like, setup that I have right here, where all of my weapons are on the right hand instead of the left, you know?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I just need to find like a really, really good like a good start to the fight with proper good RNG to be able to, you know, get in a good attempt. Because I think a lot of these attempts that I'm doing where obviously I'm dying and I'm failing, I think a lot of them are basically just because of really shitty, you know, RNG, right? Really shitty luck. Yeah, see, like, this is really bad luck right here.
After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I think Radahn starting off with that attack where he, you know, basically flies into the air and then he summons the meteors, right? Kind of like the classic, you know, OG Radahn, right? Doing that attack whenever I'm attempting to use Scarlet Aeonia on him, that is already a red flag. Like, I think that if he does that, it basically means, hey, the attempt is over, restart. Just go ahead and get your character dead and redo the entire attempt, right?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I'm gonna die here. As I said, any time that he does the gravitational pull at the very, very beginning of the fight, it's already a dead run. I don't want to waste my time trying to salvage, you know, the attempt.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck, I didn't realize that that goes backwards. Fuck! Ugh. That shit, man. Ah, that's so bad. I think that was the longest in Phase 2 that I have survived, but definitely, like, the amount of damage that I was able to deal in Phase 2 was basically zero. I dealt no damage at all.
Pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm already dead. Just get me out of the boss fight, man. Okay.
Pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. A pleasure to see you after all this time.
Fuck.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god, dude. That was probably right there our second best attempt. And by that I mean like the longest I have survived against Radahn. Which, not at all impressive. Not at all, you know, something that is worth bragging about.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yeah. Really, really bad RNG on that one. Let's see here. Do.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
Bad RNG,
All this
dead
time.
run.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
that, RNG. I did not like the beginning of that that attempt at all. The fact that he did not charge at me was really just, you know, a bad, you know, omen, basically a red flag.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay. I have an idea, chat. Okay. That is an idea. That is an idea, chat. I believe it is an incantation, if I'm not mistaken. It is indeed. Perfect. Alright. Let's try out this strategy, chat.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
There we go. Fuck. Yeah. I'm already dead. Yeah. I think the problem of that attempt right there was that he kept on hyper-focusing, you know, aggro onto me, and yeah, my, basically my summoning of Ansbach was completely useless because Ansbach didn't do shit there, which is very problematic.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, shit. Ah, shit. Oh, this is garbage. Absolute garbage, man. What ended up happening there is, so like, you know, I thought to myself, I will use Scarlet Aeonia, and then I will block, I will shield, right? But I got worried that Scarlet Aeonia would force me to stay in the animation for too long, and so I attempted to roll, and I was gonna roll back, and then I was gonna bring up my shield immediately. But basically, Radahn ended up attacking with his ability right as I was rolling, and, you know, I basically just got absolutely demolished there.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck. Oh, man. Yeah, I attempted to block as much as I possibly could there, but unfortunately, you know, he hyper-focused on me, and none of my summons were able to draw aggro before I ended up dying there, you know?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck. Oh, man. I got unlucky because he used that fucking gravitational pull attack. It was just really, really shitty RNG.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
You know, I wonder, chat, if there is a weapon out there that, what's it called? I wonder if there's a weapon that exists which has a very, very, very high probability of proccing Scarlet Rot. I'm actually very, very curious. Let me see here. I want to take a look at the Wikipedia page. So, let me take a look here. Bum, 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 bum. Let me open this page. All right. 嗯，嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯。So, Rotten Staff does 75, but what about the rest of these, you know, particular skills or abilities or whatever? Let me take a look here. A 110 Scarlet Rot buildup. Okay. What about this one? Um, 160 Scarlet Rot buildup. Okay. Hmm. 65 buildup per tick. And oh, wow. Okay, so they completely nerfed Exike's Decay. It used to be a lot better than it is now. Yeah, and the same thing with the Rotten Breath spell. Let me see here. I don't even think I have this particular spell or whatever. Oh, it's a remembrance spell. Ah, I see. Okay, okay. So the interesting thing, oh, so it goes from, oh, it's 80. Hmm. And I'm assuming that Scarlet Aeonia probably um very likely Scarlet Aeonia is a very, very powerful one. Let me see here. Scarlet Aeonia. Build up is 150 on initial explosion and 50 per tick. Okay, yeah. Damn, okay. Interesting. So, even though Scarlet Aeonia is a very, very lengthy ability that requires some time to utilize it, I think out of the different Scarlet Rot abilities out there that exist, I'm pretty sure it has the either the highest or one of the highest build-ups for Scarlet Rot. So, okay. Well, that is good information to take note of. I was kind of sort of hoping that there would be, you know, a really good weapon or a really good, like, sorcerer incantation that, you know, proc Scarlet Rot, which is much faster than Scarlet Aeonia, right?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yeah.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
So yeah, I'm just getting like really, really bad RNG at the very beginning of this fight, which is not at all what we want. How did I not dodge that?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time.
I don't know why, but for some reason I did not time my
Lord
dodge
Moog
for
will
that
have his
properly,
dignity.
even though it is something that I've been consistently doing for like the past, 3 hours or whatever. I don't know what is wrong with my fingers. For some reason, it's just, I don't know, they decided to be slow.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
Bad. Bad.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck. Are you kidding me? I hate that. Fuck. I should definitely not have blocked that many of those attacks. I should have tried to dodge them and time them properly. Because, yeah, attempting to block those attacks when they're incredibly, like, powerful heavy attacks that can stagger and can, really fucking deal a shitload of HP damage, it's not wise at all. Okay, let's see here. Inventory, use...
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck. I think if I maybe had max HP there, I might have been able to block all of it, but since I was like half HP, I wasn't able to. Okay. Also, by the way, chat, I think during that attempt, I made a really stupid error where I used Scarlet Aeonia, and then I completely forgot that I used Scarlet Aeonia, and so during Phase 2, I used it twice without needing to. And I think that I wasted a bunch of FP, and I also basically put myself at risk, and I ended up dying because of that, you know?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Shit. I should have dodged more there. I should have dodged more. Oh, man. That was a pretty decent attempt, though. I think that right there was probably our third best attempt overall.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck. Pain. Pain, 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 chat. That right there was probably our 4th best attempt so far. I think as long as we are able to get him to phase 2 consistently, that is, you know, I think that is the end goal.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck. I thought my dodges were really, really, like, well done there. I thought that, you know, I could survive that combo attack. But basically, I didn't realize that the final, you know, the final hit of holy damage, it, what's it called? It basically has a different timing.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck. Yeah. I think that was a really, really bad attempt right there, chat. And the reason why is because Phase 1 lasted way too long. Like, we stayed in Phase 1 for an extremely excessive amount of time that should not have happened. Like, that was a player error right there. Yeah, we dragged it out way too much, and we stayed in Phase 1 for way too long. And, you know, if you took a look at Phase 2, Radahn still had, like, 70% HP left over, and it was not good whatsoever. So, yeah, like, that attempt right there was guaranteed to be a failure. There was definitely not any way that I would have been able to survive and win that situation.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
That was not good. No, you fucking moron. I don't know why I was still on Scarlet Aeonia. Did I really use the wrong fucking class? Fucking hell, man. There were so many shit mistakes that I made there that was like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? My god, man. What a garbage attempt that was. What a garbage attempt. Alright, so chat, I do want to tell you this ahead of time since, you know, it's something that I'm thinking about and, like, I don't want to... I think I would rather just explain it now, rather than being like, you know, oh, well, you know, when the time comes, it just randomly popped into my mind or whatever, right? This is an idea that I've had kind of sitting in the back of my head, and as the stream has gone on, I have, you know, decided that it is more and more viable, more and more worthwhile, right? So I think that, you know, right now we are at 691 deaths, right? Roughly speaking. I'm pretty sure that that number is maybe off by a couple. right? It might be less or it might be more. I'm pretty sure it's more than 691, but we're going to say that we're at 691 right now. My thought process is that, you know, I can basically guarantee that we are going to reach 700 deaths. And once we hit 700, I'm going to go ahead and utilize co-op, right? I'm going to go ahead and I will try to see if I can summon players to help me in battle, because I think that attempting to fight this boss by myself, even if I do have Ansbach, even if I do have my spirit summons, I don't think it is enough. Basically, every single attempt that we've done, even my best attempts at this boss, we have only gotten him down to 50% HP, no lower than that. So I think that it is probably a smart idea to bring in some outside help. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to utilize co-op to see if I can summon anybody to help with the, help with the fight.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Jesus Christ, man.
Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fucking hell, man. Oh, man. The range of that fucking AoE is bullshit. And also on top of that, I feel like, you know, I feel like, so I was, you know, spam rolling. I was spam rolling there, and I was basically trying to, you know, trying to get as many iframes as I possibly could in order to avoid any attacks, right? That would potentially endanger me, right? Even with me spam rolling, which ideally should give me a lot of iframes and should allow me to avoid most attacks, that gravitational one still managed to you know, attack me. And I felt like it was just so unfair.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay, so we have 4 more attempts that we can do, and then I'm gonna bring in some co-op help.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
The thing that I think I need to do with, you know, the fight for Phase 1 and Phase 2, right, in order to optimally do it and properly prepare, I think I need to make sure that I spam, I need to spam the incantation, the swarm of flies, as much as possible and use my FP as quickly as I possibly can. That way I can use my flask to, you know, in order to like reset my FP and be ready for Scarlet Aeonia in phase 2, you know?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay. That was so incredibly bad, because what happened there is Radahn used this, like, you know, attack that he does, this bullshit attack, and when he used that attack, he basically shifted from left to right. And so what happened was, like, I attempted to backwards roll to get away from him, right? And so I backwards rolled, but then in the middle of me rolling, he shifted to the other side, right? So I rolled backwards, okay? And then he shifted his position to where basically Radahn was kind of standing, not necessarily directly behind me, but like sort of diagonal, sort of like, you know, to the side of where I was. And, you know, because he shifted his position while I was rolling backwards, instead of getting farther away from him, he actually ended up getting closer to me. And he was able to you know, use attacks and hit me and deal damage there, which ended up ruining the attempt and completely just, you know, obliterating me, right?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
Okay.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Getting stuck in the corner there in the wall is definitely not fun whatsoever. Bad attempt.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck. Alright, chat. Well, there we go. You can see it on the screen if you want to take a look. We are at 700 deaths, which is, pretty pog indeed, isn't it? Alright, so, what we're gonna do is, multiplayer. I don't see any summon signs here. Oh, I see one here. I do hope that he's gonna appear. But it could be that, you know, attempting to call for him ended up failing, and he doesn't end up appearing. Return to their world. Uh-oh. Interesting. I wonder if it was because of a bad connection, or what the reason is. What's up, homie? How goes it?
Hey!
Alright. Let's see here. Okay.
General Radahn.
Holy
Pleasure to see
moly.
you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. Fuck. Oof. That hurt. That hurt a lot. Man, what a painful attempt that was. Need to press the death counter. Okay. Let's go ahead and try again. What's up, bro? How goes it? Priest Rose. Is this person not appearing? Might take them a while to appear. Are they just gone?
Hello? What is happening here? Multiplayer? I can't use the finger again. Huh. Whoever this person is that I attempted to summon, their connection is really shitty, it looks like, to the game. Well, alright. Let's go. I thought someone else was joining. I'll just bring Ansbach then. Guess it is what it is.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord
I don't
Moog
think I
will
actually
have
hit
his
him with
dignity.
Scarlet Aeonia. Now I did. Fuck. Ah, shit. Ah. Pain. Pain, pain, pain. Alright. So. Wait. EJ and Jin, it looks like, maybe? I hope these two guys are able to join me.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
So Ansbach is not here. Okay. Oh, man. Bad RNG. Bad RNG. Did I add a death for that? I think I did, chat, but I do apologize if I missed it. Dr. Jonkler. I like it. What's up, bud? Okay. Fuck off, man. Oh, man. I honestly don't even think that blocking there would have saved me. I mean, I could have tried, I suppose, but I don't know. It just did not feel doable.
Hey!
Well, here we go again, chat.
I promise you
Ah, fuck.
1,000
That was a grab
year
attack.
voyage guided by compassion.
Fuck off, man. Oh, that's insane. That is insane. I basically ended up right underneath Radon, and I tried blocking. You know, I tried deflecting, or not deflecting, but like basically negating the damage with my shield, but my shield did not do shit for that. So yeah, we easily got fucked over there. Lord Gilbatrar. I like that. I like that name a lot. Hello, gentlemen. Shall we go?
Hey!
Alright, let's go. Ah, shit. Damn. So, there, I found out something very interesting. You can basically dodge the initial hit by jumping up in the air. However, the aftershock, right? The waves of gravity that hit you, that happen afterwards, your jump does not negate it and does not, keep it from happening, right? Let me see here. Discount Freyrin. I like that. That's fucking hilarious. Shout out to Discount Freyrin. Absolute Giga Chads.
Hey.
Alright. Fuck. Oh, man. That's brutal. That is brutal. Okay. Thanos? I like Thanos. Thanos seems like he knows his shit. Good old bro. The bro man. How goes it, Thanos? How do you do, my friend? Give me a second, Thanos. We've got bro coming in. Giga Chads. Alright. Onwards we go, brethren. Okay. You are catching me with that shit.
promise you a 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Well, shit. Shit. Come on. Ugh, that's so garbage, man. That's so garbage. Fucking hell, man. Oh, that's insane. Oh, that's insane, chat. That is insane. I think the crazy thing is, right? We are basically activating phase 2 of this boss way before the 50% like HP bar. And it's like it feels so rough to do. I feel that. Alright, let me see here. Who is this person? I don't think I've ever worked with them before, but we'll see if it works. There we go.
Hey!
Alright.
Hey!
Here we go. Ready, lads? Okay. Oh, pain. Pain, pain, pain. I completely forgot to swap from Scarlet Aeonia to Swarm of Flies. That was a big, massive mistake. Gina. And Barowski indeed.
Hey!
Hey!
Why'd you attack him? What the heck? I don't think I hit him with Scarlet Aeonia. Shit. Fuck, man. That's such a brutal fucking combo to do. I hate that so much. Anzori? Okay. Bro indeed. What's up, dude? How's it going?
Hey!
Hello, hello. Get this party started, shall we, chat? Fuck off. Really? Fuck off, man. Oh, that fucking combo chain is so fucking annoying. God, it's so bad, chat. Okay. Let me think of something, chat. Inventory. This is annoying. I want to try out other strategies, but the problem is if I'm using, what's it called? If I'm choosing to use Scarlet Aeonia, which is, you know, a very, very useful incantation in this fight, basically it kind of makes it to where it is not very ideal to use like other weapons or other sorceries or whatever, because having to swap between the different ones is extremely, inconvenient, right? Fucking hell. Yeah. Man, this is rough, chat. This is really, really rough. I always had this feeling, I always kind of knew that this particular boss was going to be a massive piece of shit to me. So I'm not surprised at all, but I think that, yeah, if I'm going to be completely honest here, I think that the amount of attacks that this guy has, and the amount of bullshit attacks that this guy has, um, it's so extremely like it's on another level. It is so extremely insane the way that they have designed this boss to work, because I don't think that there is any other boss in Elden Ring that has as wide of a variety as attacks, and as powerful of a variety of attacks, right? Like, all of his attacks that he does are extremely strong, extremely heavy hitting. And yeah, I feel like it's not even really that good to like dodge the attacks. You kind of are in a way sort of forced to block it, forced to tank it and use a shield, right? Which I think is quite ridiculous. Um okay. Let me see here, chat. I have a feeling that this is probably not gonna work, but I wanna see what this video shows. Okay.
How to cheese promise consort to Radan in the latest patch 1.5. I'm gonna show you how. This strategy is a lot different than the others that were used in 1.14 and 1.13, so pay attention. At the beginning of the fight, same Unseen Form and Assassin Gambit before the Full Gate, and then you're gonna run, hugging the wall. By this point, you're gonna use Assassin Gambit again and Unseen Form. And while I'm running, I'm gonna tell you why the rest is gonna be a lot different. And I tried this for hours, and this is the only strategy that worked multiple times. So if you are doing the previous strategy, that after you use the Mimic Veil, just stand still, Radan won't die. If you run to the Fog Gate, Radan won't die. If you run to the Fog Gate and then come back and you start using Poison or Rot or anything like that, Radan won't die. So this part is the same. You're going to be aiming with your head to Radan's cape. It's pretty important here that when you throw the first hefty pot, you don't hit Radan, and the second one, as you're going to notice, then the Poison starts, and the third one will be another pot, but a Rot pot. This remains the same. However, for this second part, you need a shield, a great shield, any shield, and I recommend to use any holy damage negation, because I'm about to show you why you're going to need this. It's pretty simple, but there's a lot of details. So I'm going to fast forward this part here, and now you're going to notice what I'm about to do. So this part is a lot different. As soon as Radan steps back, you're going to run backwards a little bit, and then you're going to run forward. You're going to use the shield, so you don't have to dodge or be focused about his attacks. And now, what is going to happen is that Radan, most of the time, will get stuck to the right side, as you're about to notice. But he's not in the center. So what you're going to do is to stay in this exact same location, so you can direct him to the very center of that part. This most likely will happen when he does that attack right there, the tornado attack. Now he's in the center. Now he's about to die, and that's the only way to cheese Radan in 1.15. As you notice, he's in the center and he falls. If you try something else, it's not gonna work, so believe me, I did a lot of testing, so you don't have.
What the actual fuck did I just now watch, chat? That is the weirdest cheese that I've ever seen. I'm gonna open this one in, yeah, open link in new tab. That is the weirdest cheese I've ever fucking seen for this boss, or for any boss for that matter. Let me take a look at filters, sort by upload date. Easy cheese works on any New Game Plus journey. You know what? Let's take a look at this cheese. If it's the exact same one as what I just now saw in the other video, I'm gonna be quite impressed. That is actually kind of impressive. Yeah, that is kind of impressive, chat. That video that I just now watched is 100%, not the same video as the first one. Basically, the Yeah, it looks like the sort of strategy that this person used is they had their shield, right? And they used a thrusting sword in order to basically deal damage while also simultaneously blocking. And I'm actually very curious here. I want to take a look at something. So I have... I don't know if it's here. It is here. Okay. Okay. I wonder if this one works. Let me try something, chat. Let me see here. Let's go to equipment. Get rid of that. Put this here. I think I need to go all the way up if I'm not mistaken. There we go. So if I do this, okay, and then do this, I hold up my shield. Interesting. Okay, okay. And then, let me see here. Let's go to spell. I don't think I have it in my inventory. Okay, so let me sort chest. There's a sorcery that I need here, which is this one. Okay. I think that is the correct one. I don't know if I have multiple different ones that do this, but let me grab that one. Memorize spell. There we go. Okay, and then in order to use this one, it looks like what I need is I need to basically, let me see here. Equipment. I'm gonna try not using, not using that. And then this one here, what we can do... This could be a good one. Okay, okay. So then we do this. Okay, let me test this out. So if I do this... Nice, okay. That seems to work. Okay. Alright, so let me rest that side of grace. And what we're going to do is... Let's see here. Inventory. Use. Okay. Wow, okay, that dealt a lot of damage. Okay. Okay.
promise you 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Okay. Okay. So, I think that the strategy may potentially work. It might not be a terrible strategy, chat, but it will take some execution, getting used to it, right? Okay, let me see here, chat. So... Okay. I do need to pick up my runes. That is very important to me. Okay. Alright. So, chat. I think, you know, basically that attempt that we just now did, it was a test that I wanted to run. And I basically noticed something very, very, very important when I was doing that attempt, right? Basically, I realized that the weapon that I have, the Ash of War that is on it, is not at all a good Ash of War. So, I think that we need to change it. And let me see here. Blood tax. What does this thing do? Okay. Bloodblade is not a bad one either. Let's try using blood tax on this one. And yeah, we'll see if this is better. Better than, you know, what we had on before. Because yeah, I think this will potentially be very, very beneficial for us here. Alright. So let's go to good old boss fight again. I do need to make sure that I pick up my runes. That is very, very important. And then we can continue conducting the test here. I should also probably triple check to see if I have it. I think I do. But if I don't, I can probably find where to get it. There's a particular shield that exists in Elden Ring. And I think that maybe if I use that shield, I might potentially... So I might potentially, you know, want to use that shield instead of what I currently have, because it may potentially offer some more like resistance or whatever, some more damage mitigation. So I think that's worth checking out. But yeah. Let me... Okay, so we do this. Okay. Inventory, drink. Yikes. I wonder if, you know, instead of, what's it called? I wonder if instead of, like, you know, trying to roll that, if I had blocked it, maybe I would have been able to win there, potentially. But yeah, so let me check something really quickly here, chat. Let's go to sort chest. Show me my shields. Do I really not have it? Oh, wow. Okay. Give me a second then, chat. I'm gonna take a look at the Wikipedia page here. We're gonna see where the heck we find it. Okay, so... Cathedral of the Forsaken. Cathedral of the Forsaken? Where the heck is this? Subterranean site of grace in the room where you fight Moog the Omen. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Oh, this is garbage. So basically, in order to get this shield that, you know, a lot of people like to use in Elden Ring, I need to go down into the sewer area of the base game, which personally I fucking hate the sewer area. Okay. Let me see here. Do 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 do. The main thing that I'm thinking of is like, you know, basically I'm trying to think like, is this shield going to provide me with more like damage negation or damage mitigation compared to what I'm currently using? And I think the answer overall is no, if I'm correct, because I'm looking here at the values of this shield, and the value of physical damage negation is 100, and the value of holy damage negation is 75. And my shield that I currently have, it has more than 75 for the holy damage, and it does have 100 physical damage negation. So, you know, in terms of against Radahn, I think that my shield is more useful, but yeah, like I don't know, like basically I'm kind of just curious to know why a lot of other players use the shield, and why, you know, it is very common or very popular. Um because like I was thinking maybe there is a possibility, there's a chance that this shield possibly has maybe like a bug about it that, you know, causes it to be somehow even more superior than other shields. I don't know, but it's just kind of like a theory, you know, that I've had in my head. Okay, so we use the Scholar Shield. Okay, and then let's see here. Inventory, drink this. Okay. Ow, that hurt. Man. Man, oh man. That was honestly a really, really, really good attempt. I'm gonna be, yeah, like, straightforward. I think that that was probably one of our top 5 best attempts. But unfortunately, we kind of ran out. You know, we ran out of steam. Weren't able to pull through, essentially. How am I missing everything? Fuck.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
I'm dead.
Lord of the Old Order, let us go together.
Heart stolen. That's a pretty cool animation. I mean, it's nice that I got to see that, you know, for the very first time. Ooh, we got a special gesture for that. That's pretty dope. All right. Let's keep going, shall we, chat? Okay. Fuck, I thought I rolled
promise
that.
you,
I thought I
1,000
literally
year
dodged
voyage
the
guided by
entire grab.
compassion.
Yeah. You know, I wonder, chat, maybe instead of using like my normal R1s, maybe I should try utilizing the weapon art and seeing if that, helps at all, if that, does more damage. Because I feel like it might potentially proc bleed a lot more, you know? How did I not dodge that? I don't fucking know. Okay. That was overall a really, really shitty attempt right there. Okay. That hurt. Yep. Yep. Oh, chatterino, chat. Chatty, chat. We are suffering. Okay. Fuck. Oh, why do you do that stupid ass fucking move when I'm literally right in front of you? I hate it. I hate it, chat. No me gusta. Really? You had a fucking another goddamn finisher on that combo? Fuck. Oh, chat. What a miserable time we're having. What a miserable time. Fuck off, man. I swear I dodged that. Ugh, pain, chat. This hurts. Okay. Alright, chat. I know this is a terrible idea. I know. I know that this is very suboptimal. But we have to try. Oh shit. Well. Howdy do, bud.
Hi.
Okay, it looks like there's no one else gonna be joining us today. So let's keep going, shall we? Okay.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
What? How did that hit me? Okay. Fuck. Yeah. Oh, if I had been able to dodge all of those meteors, I would have been able to survive that hit, you know, that he dealt on me. Ooh, that was painful. Alright, let's see here. What's up, Anuki? Unable to summon Cooperator. Strange.
Hey! Hey!
Okay.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Holy shit. Ow, for fuck's sake. Okay. Fuck off, man. There's no way I didn't dodge that. I literally was basically spam rolling backwards. Oh my god. Oh chat, oh chat, oh chat. Alright. I don't really know why the multiplayer keeps on, like, fucking up and I'm not able to summon people. Kind of doesn't really make any sense at all. And I don't like it one bit.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Alright. Let's go, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen. Fuck.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Okay. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit, chat. We fucking did it. Or, actually, you know what? You know what, chat? I'm gonna be completely honest here. I didn't do this shit. Okay? Those two people that I co-opted with, they fucking did it. They're the heroes, okay? They absolutely demolished Radahn. And I literally, like, the only thing that I did was every once in a while, I pulled aggro. And I attempted to distract Radahn. But these guys, man, they did, like, all of the damage, I think. Insanely goated, legendary heroes those people are. Massive shout out to those people. What an incredible fight that was in terms of like teamwork and coordination. Holy shit, man. Massive. Massive indeed. Let me actually, I'm gonna rest here at this site of grace. And I want to see if there is like a cutscene or something. Let me see here. What is this in the middle here? Touch memory. Okay. Alright. Let's take a look, chat. Touch memory. Please don't tell me that there's like another boss after this. That I have to like now fight Mikola or some bullshit.
Lord brother. I'm going to be a god. If we honor our part of the vow, promise me you'll be my consort. I'll make the world a gentler place.
Circlet of Light. Pretty interesting. Okay. Very, very cool stuff. Yeah. Well, chat, there we go. We finally defeated the final boss of the entire DLC. Actually, I'm gonna be honest, like I said, I didn't do shit, right? It was literally all of the amazing, wonderful people in co-op that helped me, right? They were the ones, I'm gonna be, if I were to be brutally honest here, I got hard carried. I got hard carried by you know, co-op people. Massive shout out to them. Insanely goated individuals. They are infinitely better at Elden Ring than I ever will be, right? So massive shout out to them. In total, 726 deaths, right? I will say, you know, just, this is not me trying to basically, like, find an excuse and, you know, try to make myself look good or anything like that. But what I will say is that, you know, a lot of those deaths are from exploration, right? A lot of those deaths are, you know, from just me being stupid and me not taking fights seriously and not really strategizing, not really planning, kind of just going in and swinging my sword around or whatever, right? So, yeah, I would say maybe about, if I were to guess, about 600 or 650 of those deaths there are very likely, you know, quote-unquote legit. In the way that, I mean, like, I was attempting to maybe battle a boss, for example, and I died with a good, you know, attempt, right? Where I fought the boss, and I tried really hard, and I, you know, maybe made a little bit of progress, but then I died. Probably about 650 deaths, roughly, were to that. And then there was probably about anywhere between, like, I would say 50 to 100 deaths where it was just bullshit, you know, where, like, either the boss did something that I don't think the boss should have done, and I got fucked over, and, you know, RNG was not on my side, or, you know, some of those deaths were just me being a complete moron, a bozo, an idiot, and I ended up dying because I wasn't prepared, and because I was not thinking, and I was not strategizing, and all that stuff. And I kind of just went in without any plan, without any kind of, I guess, without any strategies in mind to tackle the mechanics and to survive and to kill the boss, right? So yeah, about 50 to 100 of those deaths are ones that I categorize as stupid deaths, basically just me being an idiot, and then, you know, the rest of the deaths are very valid, very legit. But yeah, wow, what a journey that was. What a fucking journey. Oh shit, what do we have here? Is this, this must be Ansbach. Let's see. Wise Man's Mask. We got his, good old clothing. Obsidian Lamina. I'm gonna be completely honest, chat. Whatever this item is, it looks so incredibly dark that it blends in with the background, and I can barely see it. Holy shit. I don't know if this is a weapon, or if this is a talisman, or what this is. But we'll check it out in the bag, right? The inventory afterwards. Furious Blade of Ansbach. Ooh. Now this looks potentially badass. This looks like a really cool ability. If it is, you know, an incantation, or maybe it is an Ash of War or something. It looks pretty fucking badass. I like the look of it. Very, very cool stuff. Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Awesome sauce. Alright, well, chat, here is what we're going to do now, okay? I am not 100% yet ready to go into New Game Plus. Basically, right, what I need to do, the last thing that I have on my agenda is I need to duplicate any remembrances that I have, and I need to make sure that I'm able to obtain as many, you know, new items as I possibly am able to, right? Um, I think what I will do, you know, I hate to kind of cut off the Elden Ring stream here, but I've been live for about 6.5 hours now, and it is almost 2 a.m. in the morning, and, you know, I do plan on streaming tomorrow, or I should say not tomorrow, but Sunday. I am planning on streaming, so I think it's good to end things off here. And what I will do is basically, the next time that I am able to stream Elden Ring, that I'm able to, you know, boot up the game and play it for you guys live, we will go around to the different, what are they called? The, um, I'm blanking right now. My brain is honestly mush. It's completely fried. But we'll go over to those locations where you can duplicate remembrances, right? So like the turtles that you have to knock down, and then you basically climb into the building that is on their back. So those turtles, and then we also have the coffins, right? The tombstones, like this one over here. And I think there's also one over here, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere. I don't think I yet found it. But yeah, the tombstones and the turtle, like, turtle building things. I don't know what the name of it is. I need to look it up because my brain is honestly just mush. It is not capable of thinking in any capacity whatsoever. All of that stuff, we will save it for the next Elden Ring stream, right? So I think we're gonna pause the game here, and we will go ahead and you know, end the stream shortly, right? Before I end stream, chat, I do want to talk with you guys because I want to talk about what's going to be happening on Sunday, right, for the stream on Sunday. Let me minimize this, and then, so what I'm going to do is, let me take a look here. Rid of that. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Okay. All right. So chat. Let me see here. New tab. I hope it doesn't make me sign in. Oh, for fuck's sake, it makes me sign in. I'm currently trying to check right now my school calendar of kind of like assignments and things that I need to do. So let me sign in really quickly. Okay. Okay, awesome. And then we've got the good old two-factor authentication chat. All right, finally, I'm logged in. Okay, so chat, let's see here. I have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have 4 total homework assignments that are due on Sunday night. 2 of them are quizzes, and 2 of them are just like regular basic homework assignments. Um, I'm gonna be honest, these homework assignments, they are needlessly overcomplicated and just garbage, and I hate doing them, right? These classes that I'm taking, they absolutely suck. So I am going to guess that these homework assignments are probably going to take me a good amount of time to complete. Um, as I always say, right? I am going to try my absolute hardest to finish these assignments very quickly on, in the morning or in the early afternoon. And then what I'll try to do is by the evening time, by nighttime on Sunday, I should be done with these, hopefully, optimistically, right? And I will be able to stream, okay? Um, if for whatever reason, right, maybe these assignments they take way too long and I don't finish them fast enough, um, if there is a chance that I don't stream on Sunday, then I think I should be able to do a stream on Monday. Now, I'm not going to guarantee a Monday stream because we all know what happened this past Monday where I did not stream. But the reason why I say Monday is that on Monday, I basically have a holiday. I think it is like, I don't know, it's like Veterans Day or some random bullshit holiday that I don't really care about. But, the good news is that because of the holiday, I don't have classes. Now, I'm looking at my calendar right here, and I see that on Monday, I have one homework assignment that is due. Now, thankfully, the good news is that this homework assignment, the type of homework assignment it is very fast, very quick, and it's one that, I personally feel like is very manageable, very easy and whatever. So, you know, even though I do have that homework assignment on Monday, basically the entire day, other than that homework assignment, I have it completely free, and I have the ability to stream. So on Sunday, I will do my absolute best to go live and stream for you guys. Very likely, the stream that we do is going to be Genshin, and I'm also thinking, right? This might change, right? This is subject to change, but I'm thinking that potentially for Sunday stream, I play Genshin, and then after Genshin, I think we hop onto Wuthering Waves. And the reason why is because there is a limited event that is currently available, and that limited event is ending in, I think, 3 days from now. I want to say 2 or 3 days. So I need to do that event before it disappears. And to be honest, I haven't streamed Wuthering Waves in a long time, so I thought it would be kind of a nice change of pace. Um, to be completely straightforward though, with I think both Genshin and Wuthering Waves, both of those games at this moment are kind of dead. Like there's not really anything happening at all. And so, you know, I'm thinking that, on Sunday, the Genshin portion of the stream should be pretty quick, pretty easy to finish everything, right? It'll basically just be doing dailies and I don't even think that we need to do any weeklies because I think earlier today I got my battle pass to level 50. So I'm done with the battle pass for this month. So yeah, basically all we need to do is do our daily commissions and get our daily primo gems and we're donezo, right? We're chilling. So that should be fast. And then I am hoping that Wuthering Waves does not take up a lot of time. If it, does not take up a lot of time, if it's very short and very sweet and very concise, we should be able to jump onto Elden Ring and do the sort of like duplication of remembrances and all that stuff, right? So we should be able to take care of that tomorrow. If on Sunday I do not stream, or right, or let's say that I do stream, but I, play Genshin and Wuthering Waves, and those two games end up, the entire duration, I spend maybe, let's say hypothetically, I spend like, 3 hours on the two games, right? So I spend like 1 hour on Genshin and then 2 hours or 3 hours on Wuthering Waves. Um, you know, basically, if I do not get the opportunity to play Elden Ring on Sunday, which, I'm gonna go ahead and say now that it's probably not gonna happen. There's a low chance. There is a chance, but there's a low chance. If that does not happen, I might potentially try to stream on Monday and play Elden Ring on Monday for you guys. Um, we'll see how that goes, right? But what I will say is that on Monday, right? Let's say that, I don't stream at all on Sunday because I'm unable to, but then I go live on Monday. On Monday, I do not think I'm going to play Genshin on stream, and I do not think I'm going to play Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves is a maybe. I might potentially play that on Monday, but I'm not really interested in playing it on Monday, right? Like if I can avoid playing it on stream, I will, and I'll play it offline. I'll do my tasks, my chores offline. Um, but yeah, that'll be overall the game plan for what we have to look forward to. And so now I do want to kind of like talk about something pretty important here, right, chat? Um, we have spent a long time playing the DLC, right? I believe that, in terms of the number of streams, we've done, I think this is our 14th stream. So, imagine that we spent 2 weeks worth of time playing this game, even though it's not very likely not equal to 2 weeks. But 14 days of playing the DLC, right? And that's like stretch over the span of like several months or whatever. Um, so now that we have done the Elden Ring DLC, I think it's a good idea to basically take a break from Elden Ring and to not continuously stream it forever and ever and ever, right? I think that we should introduce a little bit of variety. Um, for those who do not know, before the Elden Ring DLC came out, I started playing Dark Souls 1 Remastered on stream, and I never finished playing Dark Souls 1 Remastered, right? I think I got basically, I got roughly about, I want to say like 20% through the game, or like 25% or something like that. I don't really know the exact progress, but I feel like I've barely even scratched the surface of the game. Um, when the DLC came out, for Elden Ring, that obviously took high priority, and I was way more interested in that compared to Dark Souls 1 Remastered. If I'm gonna be very blunt and straightforward, I kind of hate Dark Souls 1 Remastered. I think it's a really, really bad quality game because, when it came out, it was probably insanely high quality, but now in the modern day and age, it is outdated. It is ancient, and there are so many flaws in Dark Souls 1 Remastered that I really dislike. I am not a fan of, right? Um, so, you know, when the Elden Ring DLC came out, I started playing that, and I kind of like stopped my journey through Dark Souls 1 Remastered. I think, you know, in a perfect scenario, in an ideal situation, right? I think that you know, we stop our Elden Ring streams that we do, and then we go back to Dark Souls 1 Remastered, and we continue our journey, right? And ideally, we play through the game, and we finish the game, we beat the game, right? That is, you know, kind of the optimal like the optimal next step, I guess, for my streams, my future streams. However, this is what I will say, okay? I am willing to, you know, go back and I'm willing to continue experiencing Dark Souls 1 Remastered. However, if, let's say that hypothetically, if I go back and I play Dark Souls 1 Remastered, and if I, you know, am playing the game and I kind of get this feeling where I think to myself, man, I am not having fun. I am not enjoying it, right? If I have that thought pop into my head where I think to myself, man, this is just not a good, you know, positive experience for me, right? There is a chance that I might consider just quitting Dark Souls 1 Remastered and just not streaming it, not playing it in the near future, right? And then maybe like I don't know, 10 years from now or whatever, I will go back and play it as sort of like a retro game, so to speak. Um, but yeah, no. So I think that, you know, we look forward to good old Dark Souls 1 Remastered as our next sort of project, right? Other than Dark Souls 1 Remastered, let me actually take a look. I'm gonna open up my Steam library here. Um, I'm gonna be honest, chat. I have a bunch of games here that like I'm interested in playing that I have not yet played, right? We have just to name out some of them, right? We have Animal Well, which looks like an incredible, amazing sort of Metroidvania experience. We have Armored Core 6, which I would like to try it, but I feel like I'm gonna suck at it, and I'm not really going to be an amazing player, which might make it not fun for me. So we have, yeah, we have good old Armored Core 6. There's a game called Back Firewall, which I believe, if I remember correctly, this game is kind of sort of similar to like the Portal franchise, right? Um, in the sense of like, you know, the story, the vibe that you get from the gameplay and whatever, it kind of is a little bit similar to the Portal franchise, but obviously it's unique. It's its own thing, right? So we have this game called Back Firewall. We have a game called Battle Block Theater, which looks incredibly fun, and it is made by a game developer that I really love and respect called Behemoth, right? There's a game called Chef Capybara, which I bought because guess what? I love capybaras. There is a very infamous, incredibly popular game called Chrono Trigger that I own. Um, we have some of the old school Doom games that we have available. There's a game called Eastward, which I believe, let me see here. Let me take a look at store page here. Um, so this is a adventure RPG, basically. And yeah, it says here you can journey through a society on the brink of collapse, discover delightful towns, strange creatures, and even stranger people. Wield a trusty frying pan and mystic powers on an adventure to the unknown. Yeah, so we have that game. What else do we have here? We have Ender Lilies, which I believe is a roguelike, sort of like Metroidvania-esque game, kind of something similar to Hollow Knight or Dead Cells, you know, that sort of thing. Um, let's see. We have... Ooh, actually, okay. You know, that might not be a bad idea. So one game that I have here, chat, which, you know, just to give you a little bit of some background story context, right? Um, there is a game that I remember when it first came out, I was so excited for this game, right? I thought, oh my God, this game, you know, I hope it's good. It looks very promising, and you know, if it ends up being good, it might be a game that I really love and appreciate. Um, so I remember when the game came out, I think I bought it on sale, and I think I bought it for, I think 50% off, if I'm not mistaken, or it was like 60% off or something. But I think I paid roughly about like $30 for it because obviously like full retail price is $60, you know? So I bought this game at a discount, and I remember you know, tried to play the game. I tried to boot it up, and when I tried playing the game, it was horrible, right? The optimization for the game was just non-existent, right? I remember I played the game for roughly about 2 hours, and during those 2 hours, I think the game just completely shut down and crashed on me at least twice, right? It was really, really, really bad. Basically, the game overall was incredibly unplayable, right? So I very disappointedly, I was extremely upset. I basically had to uninstall the game and I quit playing it, right? Fast forward, I remember that I had a conversation with one of my friends, and he told me that he's played this game. And he said that when he played it, the performance of the game was a lot better. It was improved compared to, you know, when it first released. And he said that he had a pretty decent time playing the game. I actually also did, I think at one point, I watched a video that was reviewing the game, talking about like, you know, after it got, you know, sort of fixed, right, the performance issues. And this review was talking about the quality of the game overall now that it is in a playable state. And the video that I watched basically said that this game is decently okay. It's not terrible, but it doesn't really do anything crazy special or unique that you know, makes it stand out and makes it an extraordinary game, right? So the game in question, right, the game that we're talking about right now, it is Gotham Knights, right? And this game is intended to be sort of like this sequel to the Arkham Origins and Arkham Asylum and Arkham Knight franchise for the you know, DC Batman video games, right? Um I own this game, right? I was not able to refund it, and you know, it's been a long time since it released, so I'm hoping that at this current point in time, the performance of the game is not dog shit, right? Um, so a part of me does want to try playing it. I want to try seeing if it's any good, or you know, whether I like it, whether I don't like it, that sort of a thing. And I would like to potentially try streaming it for all of you guys, right? Um, I think that, you know, since we have been playing Souls games for like the past like couple of months, and I don't mean like every day, but like, you know, sporadically over the last couple of months, since we've been playing Souls games, I think playing a game like Gotham Knights would potentially be sort of like a breath of fresh air. It might be some variety that we potentially need, so that we can unwind from the Souls type gameplay, right? So yeah, there's that game that we could potentially play. Another game that I have here is actually a game that is created by a very, very, popular content creator that I follow by the name of Pirate Software, right? Also known as Thor. He has created his own video game, which is called Heartbound, and it is a game that basically is not 100% finished. Like, he's still working on the game, he's still updating it and adding things and modifying things with the game. But I believe that like there is a good substantial amount of content in Heartbound that you can play, even though it's not completely finished yet, right? Um, so we could play Heartbound, we could stream that and kind of talk about our experience with the game, as someone who is a fan of Pirate Software and who is also local to where he lives. I think it would be pretty cool. Um, I have the game, right? A very, very uh, sinister, punishing game called Jump King that I own. I know for a fact Jump King is extremely difficult, and it requires a lot of skill and talent to be able to, get better at it and to be able to progress, right? So Jump King is a very challenging game that we have available that we can play. There's a game called Katana Zero, which I've seen a little bit of gameplay of, courtesy of Shockphobia, right? He streamed the game and played it, so I got to see a little bit of that. It looks pretty fucking dope. I like the look of the game. I like the vibe of the game, and it looks like something I would have a lot of fun with, right? Um, what else do we have here? We have some Lego games, right? We have like Lego DC Supervillains. We have Lego Avengers, right? What else do we have? Um, I think we do have at least one other Lego game, but those are two of them, right? To name some. Um, we have a Souls-like game, right? So if we are not sick and tired of Souls games, which I kind of sort of am, just a tiny smidgen, a little bit. Um, but if we want to play a Souls-like game after we conclude our Elden Ring DLC journey, we have Lies of P available to play, right? Um, let's see, what else do we have here? So Lies of P is one on the list. Um, there's a game here called The Messenger, which is a very interesting game. Like, I don't really know anything about this game. I don't know anything about The Messenger, but I know that Shockphobia has played the game, and I think that like him and at least one of his like viewers that, regularly watches his streams, they say that Messenger is a game that everybody should play, right? So they kind of highly recommend it, right? So we have the Messenger. We have a game here that is called Moonlighter, which I believe is I believe it's kind of like this action RPG, but I don't know if it's like 2D or if it's 3D or whatever. Let me see here. Um, Moonlighter is an action RPG with roguelite elements that demonstrates two sides of the coins, revealing everyday routines of Will, an adventurous shopkeeper that secretly dreams of becoming a hero. So it's an RPG. Okay, so it looks like it's kind of like 2D or 2.5D, right? And it's using pixel graphics, right? And it looks really, really, enjoyable, right? So I have that game in my library that we can play. Um, we have yeah, I remember. So chat, interesting story for those of you out there who don't know about this. I own the very well-known infamous game called Nier Automata, right? Or Nier Automata, however you want to pronounce it, right? Um, I have played the game once. and I beat the game once. And I remember that I was chatting with someone else who played the game and who loves the game, right? And I told them about my journey. I told them about, how far I got. And they basically told me, right? So I explained to them my journey. And they looked at me and they said, did you play New Game Plus? Did you basically replay the game to see if there's any additional content? And I said no. I closed the game and I uninstalled it after I basically defeated it for the first time. And they looked at me with a just a face of disappointment, and they basically told me, they said, Nier Automata has multiple endings that are different from one another, and basically they said that, every time that you play the game and you do like a new game playthrough, you don't get the same experience. You basically get to experience the story from a different point of view, right? And so, yeah, like this person that I spoke to, they said to me, you should go and basically replay Nier and get like all of the different endings. You should learn more about the game and experience more of the game. So, even though I don't necessarily like, I'm not dying to do it, we do have the opportunity, we have the option to reinstall Nier and to play like the other endings of the game and experience the full entire story, without any uh I guess like without any secrets still being hidden out there, right? So there's Nier Automata that we could play. There is a game that I have here called Nobody Saves the World, which I believe is kind of like probably a similar, genre type of game where it's like, maybe it's like a 2D, maybe potentially a pixel graphics like, action RPG type game. Maybe it's 3D, maybe it's 2.5D, but yeah, no, it is a game that, I think I saw it on sale and it looked interesting, and I was like, hey, I kind of like that game. I should pick it up, so I bought it. Um, we have a game here that basically I discovered this game from Pirate Software, and it is a game that I've seen him play many times on his stream, which is called Noita, right? And Noita is this game where you basically get to play as a wizard and you get to explore this world. And imagine, okay, so imagine that you are playing Minecraft, but instead of it like everything being 3D, right? Instead of it being a 3D game, it is a 2D game where you get to like dig underground. You get to like go and explore these different locations underground. You get to like go through a mountain and stuff like that. And you get to, find treasure and cool items and whatever in this world, right? And essentially the way that it works, if I'm not mistaken, is that your goal is to simply survive as long as possible while attempting to gather all this treasure, all of these cool items and whatever, right? Um, yeah, so I've seen Pirate Software play this game many, many times on his stream, and it looks incredibly fun. It looks so incredibly entertaining. So I got the game. Um, Another game that we have here that I've heard a lot of things about it, and I think that from what I understand, this game is incredibly sad. It's incredibly like, depressing, right? There's a game here called Omori that is very, very famous, very well known, I think, in the gaming community. So I have that available. I have two games in the same franchise called the Ori franchise. So the first game here is called Ori and the Blind Forest, and then there's another game here called Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition. I don't know why I have both of them and why they're showing as two separate games here, but I have it, right? What else do we have here? We have a game called Pit People, which is, made by the exact same creators, the exact same developers as Battle Block Theater and Castle Crashers, right? One of my favorite games of all time. Um, let's see. Oh, yeah. So we have a game here that is called Rogue. And for those of you who do not know, this game called Rogue, I think it released in like either the 1980s or the 1990s. It is the very, very first Rogue type game, right? So if you are a gamer and if you've heard of there are two terms, right? There is rogue like, basically similar to Rogue, right? And then there's another genre which is called rogue light, right? Lite, rogue light. Both of these two like genres or subgenres, they both come from the exact same source, right? Basically, to tell you guys the story, back in the 1980s or 1990s or whatever, there was a game that came out called Rogue. And the way that this game works is that you play the game and you progress through it. If you end up dying in Rogue, you basically reset to the very beginning of the game. And I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that you do not get to keep the items that you collected before you died, right? Basically, you end up losing whatever items that you had with you, right? Um, I could be wrong about this, but basically that was sort of the foundational premise of the game. And after this game came out, and after it sort of pioneered this sort of mechanic, right? Um, all of the other games that came out afterwards, which kind of resembled this game, were categorized or classified as either a rogue like or a rogue light game. And so, yeah, basically this game right here called Rogue is the pioneer, right? It is the grandfather of the entire genre, right? Let me actually let me see here. Yeah, so it says here experience the commercial port of the game that spawned 1,000 roguelikes. Venture into the dungeon of doom in search of the legendary amulet of Yendor and hopefully escape with your life. Randomly generated dungeons await you, full of nasty monsters, insidious traps, and glittering loot. Right? So yeah, this game it came out in June 1st, 1985. Holy shit, chat! This game came out way before I was born. But yeah, we have it in our library, available for us to play if we want to. Yeah, let me see here. So we have that. There is okay, so there's a franchise that I have heard about, and I know a little bit about it, but to be completely honest, I've never played any of the games, so I'm not super familiar with, the story or the gameplay or whatever. There is a franchise called Shovel Knight, and I have a game in my library called Shovel Knight Treasure Trove, and I believe that this is a 2D sort of like pixel action RPG type game, if I'm not mistaken. But I've heard a lot of like positive things about the Shovel Knight franchise, so I thought I'd potentially try playing one of the games, and I ended up buying one. So we have that. We have a puzzle game that is kind of a little bit similar to the Portal franchise called Superliminal. We have the very famous, well-known game called Terraria. We have, let's see. Oh, that's right. So this game, I'm gonna bring it up and I'm gonna mention it, but to be completely honest, I don't think that this game is one that like you know, it's not really like what I consider to be a big game, and therefore, you know, it's not like I'm going to be spending weeks or months or whatever playing this game on stream. This game that I have is called Wedding Witch, and basically, to describe the premise of it, imagine that you are playing Vampire Survivors, but instead of, you know, the regular typical Vampire Survivors gameplay, right? Instead, you play as a hot anime girl, or I should say, like a hot anime woman, right? So you're playing as this witch who is very, very beautiful, very pretty, and you power up the witch, and you defeat as many enemies as possible, and you try to survive for as long as you possibly can. That's kind of the premise of the game. So we could play that on stream, but to be honest, like, I think this game, Wedding Witch, is kind of like a game where, you know, you play it maybe once a month, or once, you know, every half a year, once every 6 months or whatever, right? I don't think it's a game that you, like, you know, continuously play week by week by week and month by month. You kind of just play it on the side for fun whenever you have any free time and you don't have any other better games to experience. Um, so yeah, that's like kind of the general overall, you know, scope of all the different games that we have available. Um, so my thought process, chat, is, you know, I'm thinking at this point, right? If let's say that we are not sick and tired of Souls-like games, and we want to, you know, experience that type of gameplay even more, we have Armored Core 6, and we also have Lies of P that we could play. Um, if let's say that we want to take a break from Souls-like games and we want to not, you know, deal with that type of difficult gameplay anymore, for, you know, at least a little while here, um, I think that potentially the next game, the next variety game that we might go live and stream could be Gotham Knights. I think that that might be a good contender, a good option. Some other potential options would be Heartbound. That seems to be a game that, you know, looks quite promising, quite good quality. Other than Heartbound, there is Near Automata that we could continue playing that game. We could play Noita because that game looks incredibly fun. Omori is not a bad one. And then other than that, I think the last one that I'll bring up and mention as a possibility would be where is it? Maybe Animal Well, right? Or perhaps like Battle Block Theater or something, you know? Um, but yeah, that'll be, you know, stuff that we figure out in the future. That'll be stuff that we, you know, kind of finalize later on, and we are not in any rush to kind of like pick and choose the next game immediately. But yeah, so like, you know, we're either thinking that, you know, if I do a Souls-like game, I could do Dark Souls 1 Remastered, I could do Armored Core, I could do Lies of P. Heck, we might even just say fuck it and go back to Sekiro because I love Sekiro. But if we don't do like a Souls game, we have a crap ton of options. We have so many wide variety of choices that we are not we're not in a situation where we are lacking video games to play. Yeah. But in any case, chat, I'm gonna go ahead and end stream here. Yeah, basically, in case you guys are not able to tell, right? I currently right now I do actually need to go and use the restroom very badly, but you know, I'm powering through it, right? I will survive, right? Um, so I'm gonna go ahead and let's find a stream to raid, and then let's get the hell out of here. Let's end the stream, shall we? So first of all, I'm gonna pull up my outro song here. No, 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 no. Don't start playing. Do not start playing. Okay. Let me put it. Nope, 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 nope. Stop playing. Stupid video. Okay, there we go. So we have the outro song ready. I'm gonna open up Twitch here if I possibly can. Boom. Go to... Wonderful. Okay. Following... Okay. Chat, yesterday, I think it was yesterday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. We ended up raiding Mr. Giguk, right, who is watching Overlord right now. We could raid Giguk. That's definitely an option. Or we could raid good old Pirate Software. This is a really tough choice because I love both of the creators. You know, I love both of these Twitch channels. Um, yeah, and so like I think that if I'm gonna be completely honest here, in terms of the content that they are doing, right? We've got Giga who's watching anime, and then we've got Pirate Software who is playing an MMO game called Ashes of Creation. I think in terms of content, I would rather prefer to raid Giguk. However, I did raid him yesterday, so maybe today we raid Pirate Software. Maybe. Let me actually. I wanna. Let me see what Pirate Software is doing right now.
I'm just. There's no way that I'm gonna be like, yeah, it's the game's fault. Like, it's stupid. No, that was not a duck. That's not a duck, guys. No, it's not a duck. You're looking at this. This is a grem. You know what a grem looks like? That shit. That is not a duck.
What the hell is
That's
that
goblin
creature?
Dog.
Yeah. Goblin dog, yeah. Not a duck. Oh.
I can see that chat have become skilled biologists.
Yeah, they're pretty good at this. Bug
Duck,
report.
duck, chihuahua, duck, duck.
Hmm. Okay. Well, chat. Listen. I love Pirate Software. I think he is an awesome, incredible content creator, and I do enjoy watching his streams, right? Even if whatever he's playing is not something that I also play or that I also care about. But I think that comparing, you know, the MMO gameplay that he's doing with watching anime, I personally think that watching anime is a little bit more enjoyable, a little bit more fun. So I think we're gonna go ahead and raid Giguk again today. And we're gonna check out, you know, I think I wonder what like season he's on right now. Let me take a look here.
God damn!
Wow, he's already on season 4. I actually wonder, let me take a look here. Overlord season 4. Um, Let me check here. Overlord 4. Um, I'm trying to see like how many episodes that there are. 13 episodes. Okay. And he is currently on episode 9. Hmm. So basically, I would say that if I raid now to Giguk, you guys would be able to watch episode 10, 11, 12, and 13. So 4 episodes of anime in total. Because, you know, like, if I were to drop you in right now to Giguk stream, you would potentially be like in the middle of watching episode 9. The thing is though that like you're not going to understand anything about what's happening in episode 9. Hmm. Kind of wondering. All right. Yeah, I guess I'll send you guys over there then. You guys can watch episode 10 through 13 and enjoy that. You know, assuming that you are able to, I guess catch up with what's going on in the anime in terms of the story. But in any case, chat, let me get the raid messages here. There we go. We've got the sub raid messages, sub raid message, and the follower raid message. And then I'm gonna go ahead and do raid. There you go. Perfect. Awesome. And let me get the outro song ready to go. And let me grab this chunky boy. Hello there. Welcome back. You can finally join me again on stream. Chat, I had a fun time today. I had a wonderful time streaming. The final boss fight, Radon, was holy moly. That was extremely difficult. That was a pain in the ass, and I did not like the boss in terms of basically how fun it was, how enjoyable it was, right? But in the end, we managed to clutch a victory, and we managed to, enlist the help of some amazing human beings in co-op. So shout out to them because they literally hard carried me, and I appreciate them a lot. Um, yeah, and so in general, I think that this stream, especially the Elden Ring gameplay, was a massive success, and I'm very happy with it. I'm happy that I now get to conclude the DLC very soon, and kind of like close the book on that journey, right, and move on to other games, other adventures, right. But yeah, chat. Thank you so much for tuning in today. I appreciate you guys a lot. I will see you guys very soon in less than 24 hours from now. But yeah, I'm going to say good night and farewell to you all. As I always say, to those of you who were watching the stream, currently are watching the stream, or will be watching the VOD in the future, thank you so much. It means the world to me. I appreciate you guys a lot. I hope all of you out there have an amazing, wonderful rest of the day or night. Stay safe out there. Stay happy. Stay healthy. Eat lots of delicious food. Make sure you guys drink plenty of water. Always stay hydrated. Bottom line, take care of yourselves out there, right? Stay comfy, stay cozy, and I hope to see you guys again, on Sunday, or maybe on Monday, or maybe next weekend, right? But for now, good night, farewell. I will see you guys later. Much love to you all. Okay, cool. Ending stream screen, transitioning now. All right, peace out, guys. Bye bye. Have a good night. Bye.